Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the Seoul Defense Dialogue opening ceremony. Now please be seated. 여러분, 안보대화 2025 개회식 이 자리에서 곧 시작합니다. 이제 모두 착석해 주십시오. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. I'm Lee Seung-hee, your MC for today, and it is my great honor to welcome all of you. First of all, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished guests from home and abroad who have joined us today despite your busy schedules. And we're also grateful to the delegations from 67 countries and 3 international organizations, as well as the civilian security experts and participants for being with us today. This year, the Seoul Defense Dialogue is being held under the theme of confronting geopolitical challenges, building peace through cooperation. Over the course of 2 days, we will have 3 plenary sessions and 3 special sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to your continued participation throughout the sessions. With that, without further ado, let us officially begin the opening ceremony of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025 with a theme video. Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the screen.
Peace is no lofty slogan. It lives in each sunrise and every child's laughter. Guns have not fallen silent, and territorial rivalries still shape borders. At the same time, invisible cyber strikes, climate, food, and energy-driven instability unsettle our daily lives. No nation can calm these raging tides alone. When we set shared rules and join hands, the waves recede. Reborn from war, Korea now leads in cooperation, from UN peacekeeping and disaster relief to humanitarian joint exercise. In 2012, that spirit of cooperation found a broader stage under a new banner, the Seoul Defense Dialogue. 13 years after its first step, the Seoul Defense Dialogue has grown into a bridge linking more than 60 nations. Security experts gather each year in Seoul to debate today's threats and design tomorrow's solutions. And now, we will continue today's discussion with the theme of confronting geopolitical challenges, building peace through cooperation. At the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025, we meet again to move toward a brighter future together. Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the successful opening of this year's dialogue. Thank you. Thank you very much for watching this video together. We've just watched the theme video of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025 under the theme, Confronting Geopolitical Challenges, Building Peace through Cooperation. And before we welcome the distinguished guest to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, to assist our international participants, please note that we do provide interpretation service in 6 different languages, so please select your language of choice. Thank you. With that, to officially begin our dialogue, we are honored to invite the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea to deliver his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. An Kyu-baek, Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, with a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, An Kyu-baek. The air is crisp. I hope that everybody enjoyed a restful night last night. I know that there are very demanding conditions, and certainly you are very busy. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for attending the Seoul Defense Dialogue, irregardless of your demanding schedules. As I look upon this gathering today, I am reminded of the Eastern saying, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" I get a very strong sense of this welcome joy of seeing friends. I believe this feeling arose from the reassurance I find in your genuine commitment to international security cooperation and your passion toward world peace. This year marks the 3rd anniversary since the SDD was elevated to the ministerial level, and it is also the very first session convened since the inauguration of the Republic of Korea's People's Sovereignty Government. Since its establishment in 2012, the Seoul Defense Dialogue has grown into a leading multilateral security platform for addressing a wide range of security issues on the Korean Peninsula, throughout the Indo-Pacific region, and across the broader world. Today, as the first Minister of National Defense of the People's Sovereignty Government and the first civilian Minister of National Defense in 64 years, it is profoundly meaningful for me to declare this dialogue open. As the world has witnessed, the people of the Republic of Korea once again demonstrated our remarkable strength by restoring democracy through the most peaceful of means. Instead, our armed forces are renewing themselves as a true people's military, dedicated to safeguarding the courage and aspirations of our citizens for democracy. Distinguished guests, the world now faces new security challenges. We see the intensification of geopolitical competition, the reshaping of the international order, complex regional conflicts, a fierce arms race, and the growing military use of technologies across AI, space, and cyberspace. These challenges go beyond military threats. They're also linked to non-traditional risks such as instability in the global supply chains, climate change, and large-scale natural disasters. Together, they are creating a security environment that is increasingly complex and unpredictable. In such a situation, what we need is not short-term responses or temporary fixes. What we need is the reconstruction of a long-term and sustainable security architecture founded on the rebuilding of norms and trust. This is precisely the mission of the Seoul Defense Dialogue. President Lee Jae-myung has emphasized that genuine security lies in assured peace. Peace is more than the mere absence of war. It is about building a social foundation where citizens can live their daily lives free from fear. The government of the Republic of Korea will steadfastly advance the restoration and strengthening of peace on the Korean Peninsula and throughout the region and across the world, guided by practical diplomacy rooted in national interest. Practical diplomacy shows its true strength only when it is firmly anchored in principles. The Republic of Korea will firmly adhere to the principles of building trust through dialogue, sustainable peace through trust, and shared prosperity through cooperation. Based on these principles, we will continue to expand our broad, flexible, and inclusive partnerships not only with countries in our region, but also with ASEAN, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, all built on the foundation of the robust ROK-US alliance. At the same time, we will work closely with international organizations, including the United Nations, to significantly increase our practical contributions in disarmament, non-proliferation, peacekeeping, and humanitarian assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, the security situation on the Korean Peninsula is extremely grave. Despite strong opposition from the international community, North Korea continues to advance nuclear and missile capabilities. The growing threat of North Korea's nuclear and missile capabilities is a significant challenge to peace and stability on the peninsula, regional security, and the global non-proliferation regime. The Republic of Korea will steadfastly pursue a two-track approach built upon strong deterrence and readiness, while also working to ease military tensions and build trust. We will strengthen our strategic deterrence, defense, and response capabilities without leaving the slightest gap. At the same time, we will also keep the door to dialogue open in order to ease military tensions and to modernize risk management mechanisms. Our military will firmly support the government's peace initiative. We will create peace through strength, and we will build lasting peace through sincere dialogue. Step by step, we will take concrete actions to break the vicious cycle of crisis and to open new opportunities for peace. The trust and peace we build on the Korean Peninsula will be expanded to reinforce regional and global non-proliferation governance, creating a model for the world to follow. I call upon the wholehearted support and encouragement of all nations represented here today, as well as the international community. Guided by this national vision and policy, I am advancing the goal of building a trusted, advanced military as the future vision of our national defense. This means combining the excellence of defense science and technology with the trust of our people and strengthening both together. We will take the lead in applying technological innovation in emerging security domains such as AI, space, and cyberspace to strengthen our defense capabilities, while also playing a leading role in shaping international norms in these fields. In this way, we will build defense capabilities that the people of the Republic of Korea can believe and trust. The K-defense industry will grow beyond a mere defense supply system. It will become both a growth engine for our economy and a driving force in shaping international technological standards. We will foster an open and resilient ecosystem that expands cooperation in co-development, co-production, and co-maintenance, and we will establish a defense trust package that covers everything from exports to quality assurance and long-term sustainment. Distinguished guests, the main theme of this year's SDD is confronting geopolitical challenges, building peace through strength. The current international order faces an era of complex security crises where strategic competition is escalating into military tensions and the rise of new technologies is coinciding with the crisis of nuclear order. And all of these challenges are converging. Under the circumstances, the strength that safeguards peace cannot come from superior military power alone. It must also be accompanied by the institutionalization of mutual deterrence and trust building. At this SDD, the Republic of of Korea seeks to make clear that easing geopolitical competition and restoring strategic stability cannot be achieved through short-term policies or ad hoc measures. They require the creation of a durable foundation for long-term cooperation. The RAND Corporation recently projected in a report that the future battlefield will be one where humans set the objectives, AI will generate the methods in real time, and the weapon systems will respond autonomously. AI and cutting-edge technologies open new horizons for security, but if left uncontrolled, they can also deepen mistrust and anxiety. That is why, alongside technological innovation, we must take a parallel approach that strengthens international norms, transparency, and responsibility. Such discussions will provide a practical foundation for the international community to respond to the challenges we face amid rapid technological advances and a changing security environment, and to build a balance between innovation, responsibility, and stability. The great philosopher Immanuel Kant, in writing Perpetual Peace, gave it the subtitle A Philosophical Sketch. This is because Kant's perpetual peace was not restricted to politics as is, but sought to go beyond and offer practical guidance for making peace possible. In the same spirit, I hope that this year's SDD will be more than a discussion of immediate issues. I hope it will serve as a forum to share our practical philosophy for turning geopolitical conflict into an order of peace. The Republic of Korea pledges to lead in realizing this vision, building on the trust we have cultivated on the Korean Peninsula and across the Indo-Pacific. Distinguished guests, peace does not come by chance. Peace must be carefully designed, and cooperation must be closely coordinated. Commitments must be steadfastly reaffirmed and carried forward. Through dialogue, we must reduce mistrust and develop practical mechanisms for managing risk. In particular, on the Korean Peninsula, we must manage the growing nuclear and missile threats from North Korea in a stable manner, while also maximizing political, diplomatic opportunities to open the door toward peace. The Ministry of National Defense will faithfully fulfill all of our due responsibilities and duties so that firm military deterrence can serve as the foundation for creating diplomatic opportunities. In Korea, we have a saying, when many voices come together, even iron can be melted. This means that when people come together, unite their wisdom and their will, they can generate extraordinary power. The Ministry of National Defense will steadily work step by step so that the wisdom and insights of the government representatives and global scholars gathered here today, so that we can build a new era of peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, and so that this achievement extends to the Indo-Pacific and ultimately to the wider world. I hope that the 14th Seoul Defense Dialogue will mark the starting point of this great journey. And I respectfully ask you to please join us in this grand endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for highlighting the importance for international cooperation in line with this year's theme. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to Minister An. Thank you. Thank you very much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to a special moment. We'd like to now proceed with a special commemorative photo shoot with our heads of delegation and our distinguished guests. Please come up to the stage following the guidance of our staff member. Thank you. Once again, we'd like to welcome heads of delegation, distinguished guests. Please come up to the stage. We will have a meaningful photo shoot. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We'd like to welcome you to the stage. heads of delegations. We'd like to welcome our heads of delegations. Please come up to the stage following the guidance of our staff member. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Since we do have many heads of delegations coming up to the stage, we ask for your patience. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your cooperation. So ladies and gentlemen, we do have many cameras here. Can you please be seated? Thank you. Thank you. Can you? Ladies and gentlemen, with your big smile, please look at the camera here. 1, 2, 3, smile. Smile, thank you. And for the next photo shoot, let's give a big round of applause. With your applause, we will have our last photo shoot. Please give a big round of applause as we maintain our pose and smile. We will have one more photo shoot. Please give a big round of applause. Once again, look at the camera. Please look at the camera with your applause. Thank you. Now you may return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Please remain seated that we will proceed with the first plenary session here in this venue. So please remain seated. Thank you very much for your participation once again. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. We will now begin plenary session 1 on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And during the stage transition, if you have a moment, please refer to the screen. We have a QR code here, so please scan this QR code and complete the Seoul Defense Dialogue survey. Thank you very much for your cooperation. If you can, please access to this QR code. And if you can, please complete the Seoul Defense Dialogue survey before we welcome our panelists to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the first plenary session at 9 a.m. sharp. So please remain seated. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We will soon begin the first plenary session. But before we welcome our moderator to the stage, once again, please set to channels according to your language of preference. We do provide 6 different language services today. So once again, channel 1 for English, 2 for Korean, 3 for Arabic, 4 for Chinese, 5 for French, and 6 for Spanish. I believe now we're ready to start the first plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your active interest and participation at our opening ceremony. Thank you once again. We'd like to now begin the first plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. We will welcome our moderator to the stage. Please be seated. Thank you. And if we can, we'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists. Please come up to the stage to join us this meaningful dialogue. Our esteemed panels for this first plenary session, please come up to the stage and take your seat. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. This session is titled Mitigating Geopolitical Rivalries and Restoring Strategic Stability. As you can see on the stage, we are joined by our moderator and esteemed panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, before we have their meaningful dialogue, why don't we welcome them with a big round of applause? Please welcome our moderator and panelists with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your time today. And today, as you can see, we do have our moderator for this first plenary session. Dr. Kim Ji-yoon, political scientist, will lead us through the session. So, Dr. Kim, if you're ready, you may have the floor.
Good morning. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. My name is Ji-yoon Kim, and I'm very honored to be moderating the plenary session this morning. We stand at the pivotal moment in history, facing challenges to the rules-based international order. The ongoing war in Ukraine has profoundly transformed the European security landscape, and its ripple effects are reaching into the Indo-Pacific region. Alongside the traditional security threats, the rise of new domains such as cyberspace and space and AI demands ever more complex responses from us all. Today, with leading security officials from different regions, we aim to diagnose the realities of the geopolitical competition and seek practical solutions beyond the conflict. I believe this dialogue will offer deep insights into how Europe and Indo-Pacific area and its securities are interconnected and how we can protect our shared values together. We have 3 honorable panelists on the stage. First, to my left, we have Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr., the Secretary of National Defense of the Philippines. He's a lawyer, former congressman, and a one-time presidential candidate. He has extensive experience in the public service and national security affairs. And we also have the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, Ivan Anušić of the Republic of Croatia. Deputy Prime Minister Anušić brings long-standing experience in public service and particularly dedicated to national security and regional stability. And last but not least, we have Admiral Giuseppe Cavo Dragoni, and he is the chair of NATO's military committee. He is a seasonal Italian officer with decades of naval and aviation command experience. At NATO, he leads the alliance's senior military body, guiding strategy and cooperation. Without further ado, let's begin the session. Each panelist has been asked to give a brief presentation, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes at max, and we start with the presentation by Secretary Teodoro. Please, floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to join Deputy Prime Minister Anushech and Admiral Dragoni in the first plenary session of this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue. Upon the gracious invitation of Minister An, whom I had the privilege of formally meeting yesterday. This marks my second visit to South Korea in my capacity as the Philippines Secretary of National Defense, which coincides with a poignant moment in our shared history. Last night, we commemorated the 75th anniversary of the United Nations Command, a solemn reminder that the freedoms we enjoy today came at a cost and must not be taken for granted. At the outbreak of the Korean War, the Philippines heeded the United Nations call for assistance, becoming the first Asian country to do so. In the words of our late Filipino statesman, Carlos P. Romulo, who was the president of the United Nations General Assembly at that time, and I quote, "Korea is next door to us, and the outcome of the struggle there will have immediate and unavoidable consequences, for good or for evil, upon our country," unquote. His words still resonate today. In a similar vein, the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, and the Yellow Sea are part of our backyard. Hence, what becomes of the rules-based order, I stress, rules-based order in these waters will directly affect us, for better or for worse. Thus, our gathering today is of great consequence for our region and for the world. Across oceans and continents, geopolitical rivalries are hardening, mistrust is deepening, and the guardrails that once kept interstate contests within safe bounds are now beginning to fray. We therefore stand at an inflection point, and the choices we make, together or apart, will determine whether our future is defined by greater instability or a renewed sense of order and security. History tells us that geopolitical rivalries are not new. They are constant. Great powers have always competed against one another. Smaller nations, in turn, have had to utilize every means at their disposal to seek influence, resources, and security to ensure their own survival. Hence, although the well-known Sino-American strategic competition has intensified in recent years, we must not overstate this fact. As I had occasion to say in this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, a disproportionate focus on great power competition implies that smaller states like the Philippines and South Korea are merely doing the bidding of so-called major countries, as if we were pawns with no strategic agency. This framing also clouds the judgment of the international community. It masks the ambition of certain countries to reshape the global governance system for their own gain at the expense of the rest of the world. Just last week, President Xi Jinping, articulated his vision for a new global order. He enjoined his counterparts in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to, quote, advocate an equal and orderly multipolar world, unquote. The idea of multipolarity is concerning. Here I refer to the timely lecture of Finnish President Alexander Stubb on the new world of order or disorder. He defined the multipolar world as one where nation states engage in a transactional basis without clear international rules. This is in contrast to what we know as multilateralism, where nation states cooperate within a framework of international law and institutions. According to President Stubb, countries like China talk the talk of multipolarity rather than multilateralism because in a multipolar world, you don't meddle with their business. This is dangerous, especially for smaller states and smaller neighbors, as we have seen in the maritime domain. In the South China Sea, the Chinese government insists on its claim to, quote, historic rights, unquote, within the 9-dash line, which was invalidated by the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the 2016 Arbitral Award. Their maritime expansionism also extends beyond the South China Sea. And looking back on the development of their claim to the South China Sea will prove illuminating. The southward expansion of China's claims began in the 20th century when they asserted sovereignty over the pratas and paracels on the basis of proximity and fishing rights. To quote the renowned author Bill Hayton, the islands are Chinese by virtue of being near China and visited by Chinese fishermen, unquote. Likewise, in 1995, China erected a structure on Mischief Reef, ostensibly as a shelter for fisherfolk. Now it is a fully militarized artificial island. Today, a similar pattern may be unfolding here in Northeast Asia, particularly in the Senkaku Islands and the Yellow Sea. It is plain to see that there is a strategy of creeping occupation, disguised as fishing activity, and this we cannot allow to continue. Elsewhere, regional rivalries are intensifying at a speed and scale we have not seen before. Economic fragmentation, technological disruption, and rapid military modernization are taking shape against the backdrop of growing mistrust and increasingly fragile institutions. Together, these factors have produced the dangerous ironies of our time. We are more connected than ever before, yet more divided than we have seen in decades. We trade across borders and rely on global supply chains, but suspicion and coercion may turn our interdependence into a vulnerability. Overall, we are witnessing the erosion of strategic stability, which threatens not only the balance of power, but also the security and prosperity of ordinary people around the world. The stakes are higher for the Philippines, and as millions of Filipinos live and work overseas. And our seafarers are on almost every ocean-going vessel. Thus, the moral imperative is clear. We must ensure that strategic competition has adequate and enforced guardrails, that new technologies are used responsibly, and that agreed-upon norms govern contested domains, from cyber to outer space. We recognize the enormity of the task at hand. However, as stated by His Excellency, our President, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., and I quote, "The challenges that we face may be formidable, but equally formidable is our resolve," unquote. It is in this light that we must recommit ourselves to certain enduring principles that have underwritten strategic stability in generations past. First, dialogue must be the first option and not the last resort. Even in moments of profound disagreement, communication is a simple but powerful tool to prevent escalation. Thus, we encourage use of any legally binding dispute resolution mechanism available under international law. However, this recommendation comes with an implied caveat. For dialogue to be effective, I repeat, it must be coupled with trust. In that spirit, the greatest obstacle to fair and structured dispute resolution in our region, sadly, and particularly for the Philippines, is the Chinese government. They possess in our people a deficit of trust and credibility that arises from a mismatch between their words and their deeds. For our part, our national experience is replete with examples of how a shared commitment to international law promotes stability in disputed areas, such as our maritime boundary delimitation agreement with Indonesia. We also have an agreement with Vietnam that allows our Navy personnel to visit their respective occupied features in the South China Sea. These cases demonstrate that we can be cordial and friendly despite our disputes, so long as there is a foundation of trust, good faith, and mutual respect. Second, competition must be responsible. We cannot end geopolitical rivalries, but they can be managed. Transparency, predictability, and restraint must temper our actions, whether in the cyber domain, on the high seas, or in outer space. In the same vein, we must reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation architecture. Along this line, we call upon nuclear weapon states, most especially in this region, China, to undertake concrete measures to reverse the recent increase in stockpiles, reduce the risk of nuclear conflict, and maintain strategic stability. Third, security must be inclusive. Strategic stability must not be imposed by a handful of major powers, as envisioned by proponents of a multipolar world. Instead, our international order must be multilateral, built with the participation of middle powers, regional groupings, and small states alike. The rules of the road must reflect the interests of all and not just the strongest. To this end, the Philippines is expanding its network of partnerships with like-minded countries. Just last month, India became our 5th strategic partner, in addition to Japan, Australia, Vietnam, and the Republic of Korea. At the same time, we support the rise of flexible issue and need-based groupings. This includes our trilateral with the United States and Japan, and the Squad with Australia, which aim to restore deterrence, deepen interoperability, and enhance our individual and collective resilience. And fourth, our institutions must adapt. Global and regional organizations and frameworks need to evolve to confront new challenges, such as hybrid threats, the malicious use of artificial intelligence, and damage to critical underwater infrastructure. Thus, we must embrace our collective responsibility to sustain the relevance and effectiveness of the United Nations. For our part, we will continue advocating for a United Nations that is fit for purpose for the 21st century. If the Philippines is elected to the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027 to 2028. In light of recent events in Southeast Asia, we commend the leadership of our chair, Malaysia, and reaffirm our participation in the ASEAN-led observer mechanism to monitor the ceasefire agreement between Thailand and Cambodia. We will sustain these deconfliction efforts as the Philippines takes the helm of ASEAN next year. For the longer term, the time may be ripe for us to consider an intra-ASEAN dispute resolution mechanism, which will enable us to maintain our internal cohesion and move forward in a spirit of trust. Ladies and gentlemen, recent events have shown that the liberties we have gained after the Second World War are under threat from coordinated attempts to promote authoritarian values. Thus, as we face an increasingly uncertain future, we draw inspiration from our past and remember the ideals that brought Filipino soldiers to the shores of Korea in the year 1950. During the famed Battle of Yultong, about 900 Filipino soldiers resisted 40,000 enemy forces. They fought with indomitable courage, pekchul bulgul, against overwhelming odds for the cause of freedom and democracy. Then as now, Filipinos do not yield. In that spirit, I am hopeful that we will once again stand together as we did 75 years ago to defend peace, stability, and prosperity in our region and throughout the world. And may I add an important takeaway from the Shangri-La Dialogue this year. The guardians of our international order, both in Europe and in America, need to work together in unison to preserve the way of life, imperfect as it may be, that we know today, which has guaranteed the absence of a world war since 1946. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning.
Thank you, Secretary Teodoro. A very insightful presentation. I appreciate it. Next, we have a presentation ready by the Deputy Prime Minister Ahn Suu-kyi. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Dr. Kim, dear colleagues, Secretary of Defense, Mr. Teodor, Chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Keo Dragone, Mr. Ahn, ladies, gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today and discuss such an important topic. I would also like to thank the organization for invitation. We live in an extremely polarized world. Polarization is not only seen in political difference, but it's more and more war conflicts. In this regard, the Republic of Croatia is well aware of how important it is to strengthen cooperation with partner countries which we share the same values, objective and future outlook, regardless of geographic distance. This is why I once more want to say how pleased I am to be here. Today, complex geopolitical relations directs us to build a new partnership, and I believe that the relation between the Republic of Korea and the Republic of Croatia should gain and the new and the positive momentum. Croatia's values are clearly defined. Democracy, peace, stability, and security simply have no alternative. In a world of growing global insecurity or war zones, no matter if the state is a global power or smaller state, it's crucial that it brings stability in the neighborhood to its region. We cannot compare the Republic of Croatia and the Republic of Korea in population or size, but we share our important and strong link. Croatia is a leader of stability of Southeast Europe, a traditionally unstable security region. On the other hand, the Republic of Korea is a leader of stability and strategic partner of the NATO in the Indo-Pacific region. In today's world, full of increasing tensions, being a leader of stability, peace and security in the region is important political and geostrategic advantage. In the terms of security, with Russia's unjust aggression against Ukraine, Europe is now in the most challenging situation after the World War II. The period of permanent peace and security is far behind us. Croatia fully understands the relation of war and the suffering it brings, as well as the value of peace and security. This year, Croatia marked 35 years in our independence, which we won in our homeland war. During the breakup of the former communism Yugoslavia, which comprised Croatia, 5 other republics, and 2 autonomic provinces, we are already targeted by Serbian aggression. During the 4-year unprovoked war of aggression, Croatia, from victim, becomes a winner. Even though we are completely unarmed after the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, and that we could not get weapons by capturing them from the enemy, or protecting them by improvising, Croatia defeat the far superior Serbian enemy. We suffered great human losses, more than 50,000 killed and 40,000 wounded, more than 2,000 missing, and more than 300,000 displaced people. At the beginning of the war, Croatia did not have an organized army. We had volunteers. I was one of them. There were only 65 of us at the beginning of the war, and the aggression had 150,000 professional soldiers. Yet, at the end of the war, the Republic of Croatia had 200,000 soldiers, while the aggression and defeated army had only 50,000. Our brilliant military action and operation liberated Croatia, and the war ending with peaceful reintegration of the Croatian Danube region. The city of Vukovar is a true hero of war, withstand Serbian aggression during 87 days under the siege. Therefore, today, as we see the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we fully understand what our Ukraine's friends are going through. Croatia has been helping Ukraine since the beginning of the aggression, both by sending military aid and helping Ukraine war veterans and refugees. And because of this recent history, we know how important peace and stability are in the Southeast Europe, and how important it is to support the Euro-Atlantic path of all the countries in the region. Today, Croatia is a member of European Union, NATO, and we are fully integrated into Europe Association. Having said that, the Republic of Croatia looks at the Republic of Croatia as a partner. We are bound by commitment to the NATO objectives, and we would like our cooperation to be stronger in the future, especially in defense cooperation. Our experience from homeland war teaches us that investment in the weapons and equipment is investment in the peace, security, and investment in the future. Croatia has several very powerful defense companies, and our produce is crucial for today's warfare, making it special. And FPY draws in produced and fully made in Croatia. All of these key components are developed and produced in our country. In that regard, Croatia expressed interest to be a leading nation for the produce of the procurement of FPY drones in the European Union. Our industry can offer a Europe high-tech solution with strong production capacity that can increase in a very short time. Given the sensitive global geopolitical relation, including here in the Indo-Pacific, as well the lesson learned from the war in Ukraine, these capabilities are crucial part of any modern armed forces. During this conference, a Croatian-Korean company will sign cooperation agreement the field and unmanned system. We hope we will see more such positive examples of cooperation. Investment in our own defense industry is a guarantee of independence and the way to strengthen our national security. Croatia is investing significant financial resources in equipment and modernization in armed forces. We are shaping a powerful, small in size, but modern and effective army. We will never forget our wartime suffering. Our forces are not armed to be offensive, but ready to dare any possible aggression against our sovereignty, freedom, and territorial integrity. This year, we reached 2% of GDP for defense spending, and by 2035, we plan to reach 3.5%. We also reintroducing mandatory military service because we want young men and women who want to be volunteers to be prepared for the potential crisis situation. And finally, let me conclude. Today is more important than ever foster cooperation between like-minded countries. Cooperation allows nations with shared values, objectives, and interests to strengthen their impact and accomplish goals that will be difficult to achieve alone. Challenges from authoritarian regimes, misinformation, economic or technology depends require joint response. Close cooperation of the Republic of Korea with NATO and the Europe ensures that Euro-Atlantic and Asia-Pacific partners can respond to these challenges together. The Republic of Croatia supports the close partnership of the Republic of Korea with NATO and the European Union. The war in Ukraine reminds us that security in Europe and Asia is interconnected because military cooperation between Russia and North Korea, as well as China, responds a significant threat to Europe and Indo-Pacific region. By helping Ukraine to resist Russian aggression, our two countries have proven their commitment to a just and fair system. We have shown that we are on the right side of the history. The parallels are clear. In both Southeast Europe and the Korean Peninsula, smaller and mid-sized nations are playing a key role in regional stability. This is the path that Croatia will stay strongly committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Anušić. By the way, Deputy Prime Minister Anušić is a war hero of Independence War of Croatia. Now, the floor is yours, Chairman Dragoni.
Good morning. This is a 6-minute speech, so you owe me 4. And please forgive my brutal English, but I have been trained by U.S. Marine Corps. Distinguished ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the tectonic plates of global power now are shifting. We meet today in the shadow of a world more volatile and interconnected than at any point in recent memory. Within this strategic era, NATO's new 5% defense spending target is a commitment which makes the alliance stronger than ever. Let me say you something. I'm a military, so I don't like very much to speak about percentage or money or other things. We love to speak about capabilities. And from money to capabilities, there is a pretty long path to run. NATO is both carrying out its historical mission and adapting its command, control, communication, and information system. The objective is clear: to operate faster, more effectively across all domains. 76 years ago, the North Atlantic Treaty began with these words, and I quote, "To safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples." It is in the same spirit that NATO pursued its dialogue and cooperation with its partners across the globe. Let me tell you that the security landscape now is no more local, no more regional, no more national. Now it is global. Today, the landscape stretches from Tallinn to Seoul, from Melbourne to Madrid, and even beyond. In this context, NATO's approach is more determined than ever towards the relevance of partnering by choice to pursue and preserve common values. And I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Indo-Pacific partners for their friendship. And these days, in particular, for their practical support to Ukraine. The outcome of this aggression war will affect not only Europe, but the world. The new prioritized Ukraine requirement list announced on July 14th by President Trump and Secretary General Rutte reflect our spirit of unity in supporting Ukraine. Because there shall be no doubt what happens in the Indo-Pacific echoes in the Euro-Atlantic and vice versa. Let's look at the fact. Russia wages in Europe while conducting joint exercises with China in the Pacific. China and Russia joint Sea 2025 and Maritime Interaction 2025 drills are becoming a rolling naval partnership. North Korea sends troops to Ukraine. Now, more than 12,000 North Korean soldiers are fighting in European soil. So they send troops to Ukraine, provide ammunition to Moscow, and fire missiles over our Indo-Pacific partners. China and North Korea are enabling Russia aggressions through trade and military support. Meanwhile, China, Russia, and North Korea facilitate one another evasion of international sanctions. Hybrid threats, cyber sabotage, disinformation and society manipulation, economic coercion, no geography and no borders, now more than ever. This is a multinational contest of strategic confrontation and military destabilizing initiatives. None of us can alone go ahead. No country can find solution alone. Interconnectivity is key. Our challenges are clearly interlinked and our response must be equally coherent. Some example. First, we shall align our strategic agenda and further strengthen our defense industrial base to enhance the depth of our crucial cooperation. Second, technology sharing, such as for AI, drones, air defense systems. Third but not least, secure supply chains. NATO and the Indo-Pacific Force are engaged in the mitigation of geopolitical rivalries. That is why on June 25, NATO leaders convened in The Hague with our Indo-Pacific friends for the fourth consecutive years. The summit marked a turning point, a formalized, ongoing, constructive dialogue. The message must be clear. NATO is not expanding into the Pacific. Rather, NATO is trustworthy friends in the Indo-Pacific. Our cooperation is built not on geography, but on shared values, principles, and convening risks. The Hague Summit outlined cooperation in cyber, space, critical materials, and tasked NATO staff to develop a multi-year program by the end of 2025. We are building a fabric of interconnectivity, interoperability, and information sharing. This means also joint preparedness, which is crucial to prevent conflict and preserve peace. We are not just exchanging ideas. Indeed, we are executing practical steps. You want some example? Here they are. Shared situational awareness. I'm talking about integrating maritime domain awareness across the Pacific and Atlantic, Arctic, Baltic theaters. Interoperable defenses, from tabletop air and missile defense exercises to live training, involve our ship and underwater system under joint command. Hybrid threat resilience, proposing an Indo-Pacific hybrid center of excellence linked with the Helsinki Center of Excellence. Innovation and industry, formalizing a NATO EP4 defense production compact to harmonize the standards and co-finance research and development. I would like to underline once again, cooperation with NATO is sovereign and modular. It provides options, not obligations. Adding partnership does not weaken our internal cohesion or capacity to deter. It fortifies it. By linking distant democracies, we multiply the cost of aggression. To our citizen, we must convey a clear and transparent message. Prevention is cheaper than war. Deterrence is stronger when shared. Resilience is not limited to the military realm, but it relates strongly to energy independence, robust infrastructures, public-private collaboration, and a whole of society approach. There is no doubt at all. Deterrence is our how, and peace is our why. And I repeat, deterrence is our how, and peace is our why. And our motto remains strong. Alone, we may go faster, but together, we will go further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chairman Dragoni. That was an excellent speech, and of course your English is more than perfect. We have 3 fantastic speeches, but I think we can all agree on one thing. We are all connected, and to maintain the rules-based order, which has a lot of challenges, then we have to cooperate and counter those challenges, particularly among the like-minded countries. So now I have a number of questions, and we'll start the discussion, but let me begin with the one question for all of you. About a week ago, China held a Victory Day parade, and Western democracy did not attend, and President Xi appeared on Tiananmen rostrum alongside the President Putin of Russia and the Chairman Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And many interpreted this as a signal of the trilateral cooperation against the alliance of the United States with liberal democracies. As such bloc formation deepens, we seem to be entering turbulent and uncharted territory. So first, how would you assess the current global security landscape environment? And second, what's the most fundamental driver that's intensifying geopolitical competition in each region, your respective regions? So can you start, Secretary Teodoro?
Well, I believe that for like-minded countries, The rules-based international order is the foundation of our relations. We approach our geopolitical obligations, our engagements under a framework of law, and with the implicit guarantee that we enter into these agreements in good faith, with the end in view of building institutions and frameworks. It is not perfect, but it seems to be the common way that we are able to discuss our differences, cooperate, and help others in need. There are challenges, naturally, for the simple reason that for like-minded countries, we are here because of the explicit consent of our constituencies. Our own people, each and every one, no matter how distant in terms of relative power, wealth, has a say, and that say is valuable. In other words, we have to contend with democratic institutions in our own countries, while, on the other hand, the emerging powers that were in China the other day do not need to contend with the voice of the people. They do not need to be accountable in the same way we are here. And this perhaps places us at a strategic disadvantage in pursuing shared international goals. It takes more time. However, at the end of the day, the calculus is what is the value each of us places to human life. History has proven that we value our citizens' lives, and we do not enter into both domestic and international experiments that will place them in harm's way, because at the end of the day, we'll be accountable. Unlike authoritarian regimes, which are non-accountable. And in this way, we have to call a spade a spade. We are not diplomats here. We are defense secretaries and defense practitioners. We have seen a display of offensive capabilities. And there is no other way to put it that it is a signal, a strong threat, and a means of messaging to deter common cause for the preservation of democracy and freedom in the world. I cannot put it any other way. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister Anusht.
Yes, thank you for the question. Geopolitical situation right now in the world, it's not a problem just Ukraine, Russia, or the Middle East, or some other place in the world where we have the conflict. Right now, the conflict and it's a matter of the whole world. The whole world is right now in this hall, and everybody see this in your perspective. But I will say something from my perspective, from perspective of the Croatian country. The war in Ukraine, the Russians started aggression in Ukraine 3 years ago, immediately effective in the Southeast Europe, in the West Balkan, as we call it, where the Croatians have the war, almost 5 years long war, 90s, and we finished that war, we won this war. After our war. They started war in the Bosnia and Herzegovina, as you remember, the 92 till the 96, and the genocide in the Srebrenica and everything. I'm sure that you heard about this. And after this, they started war in the Kosovo. The whole 3 wars started one army. It's the Serbian army, ex-Yugoslav. When we fall apart, Serbian take all the army forces and the equipment and the weapons and started to aggression to the republic that we are being together from the 45 till the 91 and the last centuries. Right now, the conflict in the Ukraine, the war in the Ukraine, is connected with our region. In every moment, you could have a new crisis in Southeast Europe, and Croatia is one of the stability factors because we are the members of the European Union and European Union and the NATO, and we like to run this role in this region because we don't want anymore the conflicts in this area, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the 350,000 Croatians still lives. And right now, as we see this aggression, it's connected not just with Russia and Ukraine, it's connected with Southeast Europe because the proxy of the Russians who right now is in the European Union, they try to provoke a new aggression, a new conflict, a new crisis in Southeast Europe, in the Western Balkans. That, I'm afraid, could be connected in the next even worst crisis in Indo-Pacific. That because all-minded countries who are right now in this in this area, in this summit, and who is not right now here, we must do concrete stuff, not just talking, because they don't talk, they're doing aggression right now, and they're preparing themselves for the even more biggest aggression. We must, like-minded countries all over the world, sit together, find a way how we could politically, economically, and in the defense connected, and start to act. Because maybe for 6 months or even 1 hour, 1 year from now, maybe it's been too late. I talk because we have experience. I don't talk because I think that could be. I know because the role model of the aggression on the 90s on Croatia is the same. It's the same message, same politics, same modus operandi. Right now, it's happening in the Ukraine from the Russian list. Completely same. And I'm sure that this politic in Russia will not stop on the Ukraine. I'm 100% that sure. I'm 100% sure. That because the NATO have the great role in this situation, but the NATO is not enough. We needed our allies all over the world and put the pressure, not just on the Russian from the Europe side, in the West Wing, but put the pressure on the Russian from the whole world, not just from the Russian, but North Korea and like-minded country as the Russian and the North Korea. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Anushich. So the war in Ukraine is not just a European matter, but it should be dealt with globally. So, Chairman Dragoni.
Thank you. Well, we should try to get some messages from what happened recently in Shanghai, I think. First of all, it is not an alliance. It is, an organization. Sometimes it is pretty much oriented to be kind of windows to say that, to show that they are together, they are friends. There is the strong will from China to show that they are the leading nations in the area, but not only. They are the leading nation for BRICS. They want to be the leading nation for Global South. Everything which is, let's say, against. I don't want to call it the Western world. I want to call it the nations that love freedom, that love the way to choose their government.
Liberal democracies.
They love the way of life and all this kind of stuff. But by the way, this is the first message from China. That's my opinion. On the other side, we have to admit that probably if it is not a military alliance, because they don't have any kind of treaty, they don't have any kind of procedure, they don't have any kind of nothing compared to, for example, NATO, but they are showing us that there is kind of, relationship, diplomatic, yes, that's to be admitted, also economic, probably, it's to be admitted too. But let's see one thing which is very, very important. First of all, at least a couple of them up to 5 years ago, they were fighting and killing each other. That's one thing. The second thing is that the message is kind of not very, very much organic, what they say, from their point of view. The third thing is that let me be kind of rude, but I think that's I'm going to give you an idea. Then they will kick me out of NATO probably. But just to give you the idea, from the alliance between Russia and China, from my standpoint, from the Russian side, is considered kind of a long-lasting marriage. From the China point of view, looks like a love affair, which is going to last not forever, probably. That's my personal opinion, of course. And one more thing, just consider that they were together at the Shanghai Cooperative Organization, all together. Maybe the main guest of honor was President Modi, who was not at the parade. This is another message that we need to have clear. Thank you.
Well, thank you, because there are a lot of rumors that India is whether or not joining that bloc, but obviously it doesn't really seem to me like that. Well, my next question is actually directed to you, Chairman Dragoni. You said in your speech NATO is not expanding to Indo-Pacific region, but obviously the NATO is still seeking to further and strengthening the cooperation with Indo-Pacific partners like IP4. The New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and Korea have been invited to NATO summit for consecutive years, for I think 4 years. So I think that actually is happening because there's the war in Ukraine is not just profoundly changed the European security landscape, but it may have some effect in the Indo-Pacific area as well. So I wonder what implication might it have for China and its approach to Taiwan and also South China Sea from the perspective of NATO.
I just come from Thailand last week. It was IP4, no problem at all. They are friends, allies. Everything, partner, whatever. What I senses, what I felt when I was there, was a kind of, I don't want to say reluctancy. That probably there is not a clear idea on what NATO is. From definition, NATO is a political military alliance defensive to defend our 1 billion people on our area of responsibility. So we are not expanding. We are just trying to connect with all like-minded nations that, like us, as I said before, likes freedom for them, for the generation to come, decide their own government democratically, maybe making mistakes, but they decided. And that's important. We decided, these nations, the like-minded nations, decided who's a friend and who's a challenger, let's say, or on the other side of the pond. these are the main reason. I mean, we are like-minded, and we are looking to have stronger connection and links with the like-minded nations who share the same values and the same principle. That's basically simply it. We are not expanding. We are already have our problems to try to defend our own area of responsibility. So that's basically it. So what I would love to spread is the word that this is the reason why NATO is trying, and it will enforce our connection, our presence here, hoping to have a reciprocal presence over there. We are doing exercises with EIP for navies in the Mediterranean, for example. This is something that need to be understood clearly, because I think that the normal disinformation spreading out is that we could have kind of an aggressive posture. Let me tell you something. Wherever we are now and wherever we have been in the past, two things. Either we have been invited by those nations to be there, or the United Nations gave us, the indication to do something. And what we do, for example, now in Iraq is capacity building. Help them in building their security forces. But not only, we are help them in institution building. We are try to help them in building Minister of Interior Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Instruction, Culture, and on and on and on. So that's basically it. This is our principal effort outside. In Kosovo, for example, we are just posing ourselves between two different contenders and keep the situation under control, balance, and try to, let's say, I don't want to say make everybody happy, but make everybody equally unhappy. But that's basically it.
Prime Minister Anasic.
Yes, the influence of situation that started with the Russian aggression and the politics of the China and the Russian and North Korea, it's a question for the global question, for all world. As we see now in our conversation and everything that you ask us, that it's a matter of every part of the world. Now we're talking about Indo-Pacific, who is not been any jeopardized by security till the Russians started aggression in the Ukraine. Now we're opening many possibility conflicts or crises all around the world. The Taiwan, as I said, Western Balkan, and the Middle East. Of course, they continue almost more than 3 years brutal aggression Russian in Ukraine. We must. This is not a question who is very easy to answer. I think that we have two things that we must, agreed, everybody does. It's one question is who is the like-minded countries who will be in the side of the truth, the side of the justice, and the side of the democracy values. Who is these countries? As I said, we have in the NATO, in the European Union, we have the proxies who not work in the same direction as we think, and most of the majority thinks that we should go. That is the problem one. We are very slow in making decisions because of that, and we could not make some of decisions, especially in the European Union. And second is, could we allow the one country who is stronger than country who is their neighbor to get invasion on this country only because I'm stronger than you and I will attack you? That is the domino effect in the future, and we are right now witnessing this domino effect. We are very close to the situation. The global situation in the whole world will start going in the chaos. And as the Giuseppe said, we only said and counting the money, 200 millions, 1 billion, 100 billions, that we think that will solve the problem. No, we must have the capacity. As the Giuseppe said, we must have the strong army who knows what is the task in the future. We must equip an army. We must arm and the weapons that we right now need to have. We must shift our economy, not just Europe, but the whole world must shift economy from the, I don't know, something that we produced only 5 years ago. We must go in the world economy, in the war economy. I'm sorry that I must say that, but that is the only way that we will be ready for something that is in the future. The Russian knows that we are not prepared. The Russian knows that we have the problem in political decisions. The Russian knows that we are slowly in our decision, that we think that will be somebody and somehow will be finished that alone. No, but that is not the interest of the Russian. Interest of the Russian to spread our conflict all over the world. And because of this conclusion that Russians have, we must have our conclusion, to be prepared and be ready for every situation that could be happen in the future. That is our business. We are politics, we run our countries, we command our armies, and the people who lives in our countries, who lives in the free world, who lives in democracy, who voted for us in the election, they expected to us to solve this problem, to help these countries that we represent. They, in the future, doesn't have to go in the war and doesn't have the victim. I said that always because we have, I will repeat that, this is the third time that I repeat it, Croatia have experience with that politics. Croatia have experience with the politics that right now runs the Russian against the Ukraine, runs the China or the North Korea from our power centers all around the world. Thank you.
Just one minor stuff which is important, and I forgot, of course. Speaking about interconnectivity, what happened here is reverberation and effect over there and vice versa. I told you, we have 12,000 North Korean soldier shooting in Europe, but vice versa. Can you imagine if we let Mr. Putin succeed and demonstrate the whole world that violence pay, that invasion is something that could be the solutions? Just try to imagine what is the message right here for China and Taiwan, just to mention one.
Okay. So, well, let's go into another question. Actually, this is for Secretary Teodoro. Gray zone incidents in South China Sea, particularly in the Western Philippine Sea, are raising the risk of the miscalculation. So to prevent accidental clashes and to de-escalate the tension in the region, what practical communication channels and the measures do you have with your allies and the security partners, and even with China?
Well, for the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea issue, there are communications channels through our Department of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do not have direct Defense Ministry to Defense Department communications channels or military to military channels because we have not seen the value of opening such channels, and on the other hand, we have seen the abuse of our democratic processes and the freedom of movement that is guaranteed by the Philippines for China to abuse the privileges granted to its military personnel. And we also have to operate on a security environment where we have been seeing internal subversion by illegal Chinese aliens who penetrate critical infrastructure, communities, try to influence public opinion through sub rosa means. And in that end, we are also concerned about the risk of miscommunication and miscalculation, rather, in the area. However, let's boil down to basics. The area under tension is well within our exclusive economic zone. And if we apply the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea strictly, China has no business policing the area, much less erecting any permanent structure in that area. Secondly, we have resorted to peaceful means to settle the issue. The worst case that we can do as practitioners and leaders of today is to leave things hanging for the future generations. We know that the future generations will demand speedier answers, and their tolerance for diplomacy may be diminishing as time goes by because they will live in a faster world. So we did resort to a means recognized by UNCLOS. We resorted to arbitration, which China has refused. And yet, China continues to try to stall, as it has done several times with other countries, and try to have these modus vivendi arrangements which are non-permanent and supposed gentlemen's agreements which they use to distort the truth. And so the question should be asked to China, what are they doing? We have tried the path of cooperation, the path of negotiations, the path of even accommodation, to no avail. And so where do we go from here? To me, my job as Defense Secretary is simple. It is to build a strong deterrent posture, both on our own and with allies, so that the diplomatic toolkit allows our political leadership to deal in a position of relative parity, with dignity and with honor, and without accommodating or appeasing a greater power which only leads to more hunger on the part of that power. And also, if I may add to your previous question on the connection between what happens in Ukraine and in our area, there are several effects. First, obviously on supply chains, which is important particularly for net importers of energy and other vital commodities, or archipelagic countries like the Philippines and other countries which rely on international trade, such as Singapore. The tension in that area translates to actual higher prices, energy prices to our people, and it also closes emerging economies a potential venue for expanding wealth creation in our markets. Secondly, it also endangers the life of our migrant workers. Thirdly, it affords a living laboratory for actual testing of more lethal and insidious weaponry, which can be applied here. Third, it tests the limits of international humanitarian law, because even areas which are well known in international law as taboo, such as field hospitals, are now being targeted Fourth, it weaponizes the contrivance of the use of history to a power's advantage. And the history that I claim maybe as a part of an empire or a part of a greater destiny or a reawakening is used also to weaponize and brainwash a populace to add legitimacy to an authoritarian regime. So it does not merely affect the target area, but also the continuation and perpetuation in power of a power center in that country. Another one is we have seen the initial subversion by an occupying power of a target population by penetrating its political systems, by buying influence, by generating alternative power sources within in order for public opinion to be formed to gaslight a country when it resists unlawful aggression. Finally, it is a test of the United Nations' capability and resolve to guarantee peace and security in the world, which is in a state of severe challenge. And these nations, the conflict in Ukraine, is a test for other power centers, perhaps China. Can I get away with this in Southeast Asia? Can I get away with this in Northeast Asia? Will the United Nations finally act as it did 75 years ago? So these are the dangers and the parallelisms that I see between the area bounded by the Ukraine conflict and us here. They are real and they are existing.
Well, thank you, Secretary. Using history for the justification for the current aggression, it sounds like what's happening in Europe right now. I have two additional questions for each of you. First, from Balkan's experience, in crisis management and reconciliation, what's the one practical lesson that the small and mid-sized countries can collectively work with?
Yes, as I mentioned in my speech and in my answer, I always said that we have experience in situation, as right now here in the Ukraine. And I must say that Croatia, in the beginning of the war, have no army, no military, no defense systems, no arm, no munition, nothing. And we started the war, and in the first 6 months of the war, we lost 30% of our territory. They're occupied by the Serbian army. We defend the rest of the countries and slowly preparing ourselves for something that will happening in the 1995. That is the military action that we liberate our 30% our territory and making the Croatian army biggest, strongest, and more training than, of course, will be in the 90s. And one thing that is crucial when we talk about how we end this war and how we keep the peace, that is the strength of our army. No too much talking, not too much negotiating, but when we are strong, when we have equipment, when we have ammunition, when we have everything, the system of defense in all level, nobody will say, okay, I will attack that country because I want something from them. Everybody said they are too strong, I don't go there. And that is the one reason that Croatia finished their war. Of course, after that war, we have the politic agenda who must provide in this area peace and normal living. And one of the things is the truly facing the past. Truly facing the past. And aggression side, who started the aggression in Croatia, maybe it's not truly faced the truth and the past, but they understand what they doing in this time, and they understand only force. I'm sorry, but that is it. Only force. You cannot negotiate it right now with somebody who doesn't want to negotiate it. We cannot negotiate it with somebody who have agenda to invade some country. You cannot negotiate it anymore right now with Putin or somebody else if you are not strong economically, but first of all, military strong. You must have the strong military, and you must have the concrete decision that politics will doing and get it on the table. That is the fact. Right now, in this area that in the 90s be conflict at the war, we now have stability only in Croatia. Because I said that we are now members of the NATO and the members of the European Union. And that is one of the best things that Croatia provide for her, for their people, because we have some security, because you're in the NATO and the European Union. But we don't realize only from the NATO and European Union. We built our own army, and we are ready to defend ourselves. I don't know, probably we are not so strong to defend from anybody. We are not that, but we are strong to defend from our potential enemies. And I think that a situation in Southeast Europe and the Balkan, it's similar as the 90s, because of they are encouraging by the Russian, they're encouraging by the Chinese, they're encouraging by the proxy of the Russian and the China in the European Union, and that's the problem. That is the thing that Europe must solve themselves. Sit with all of these leaders and said, okay, are you with us? If you are not, okay, goodbye. Be wherever you want, but you will not be here. Sit with us in the same table and doing completely destruction for our plan to defend Europe, to defend democracy, for defense our mind-like countries as the Ukraine or, I don't know, Korea or the Philippines, Japan, New Zealand, or somebody else.
Well, my last question directed to the Chairman Dragoni. Emerging security domains like cyberspace, AI, and the space, they're becoming more and more important, but we don't have a consensus on how to maintain it and how to keep the order for that. So what forms of cooperation between the allies and partners and the countries do you think is most urgent for establishing the norms of the responsible state behavior?
I know the answer. I have it. Well, these new domains are really challenging because, as for example, for cyber, NATO defined in 2019 that it is a threat, and in cyberspace, in cyber domain, Article 5 could be applied, which is, I mean, really, it's a strong move, strong message, but challenging for us too, how to define where to go and how far to go in this area. There is lack of rules, of course. We have to admit it. Not speaking about space. I mean, recently, I think China sent or is planning to send a constellation of 14,000 satellites to do civilian activity. I mean, I can imagine that they will not all civilian. But what can be done in a short time is basically first protecting, which is critical infrastructures. I mean, cybernets, underwater communication cable and on. Every type of networks, getting common rules within, let's call the free world, and try to handle them at the best. For example, attribution. Attribution is a big issue for cyber. Then we should, in this area, get as close as much as we can together to try to investigate together, not by ourselves, investigate together, and try to define what's going on, what could be, let me pass the word, the retaliation or the counter maneuver that we need to do to avoid that thing that could be done again, or just respond the way we are supposed to deter them, and that's not easy. On space, traffic management, try to get again together, and you can understand that the most recurrent word I'm using is together, together, together. Alone, we cannot do a lot, honestly. This implies one thing, that it is pretty much common when you do alliances, when you do joint venture, and on and on and on. Probably, very, very maturely, we need to give up a little bit of our sovereignty. So this means getting more effort on work done together than done by ourselves. But really, we can really solve this problem if we can try to put on the same table, on the same basket, all our energies or our information. Again, shared information is another issue. Responsibility. Responsibility in this new field, for example, artificial intelligence. I mean, man should be in the loop. Where, how, but we do have to do that. This is also a kind of ethic, kind of way we think, and this is another point which is a kind of critical. Our adversary doesn't have the morale and the ethic that we do have, and this is a limitation. We are happy and we will defend this way of thinking, but honestly, we are upslope. We are I don't want to say loser in this, but we start from a very critical point compared to our adversaries. And we can see that in a Ukraine-Russia war. We can see that in our relationship with, for example, with China. They are conducting experiments. They are going ahead with their nuclear program without telling us nothing, and they should be supposed to do that, the way North Korea is conducting experiment, and we are trying to understand what they are doing. But again, their ethic is pretty much nothing compared to us, and this is a big, huge limit that we impose to ourselves, and we are happy to do that, and we defend this kind of attitude, but I tell you what, it costs a lot.
Thank you so much. You know, I always over-prepare for the questions, so we only cover like 2/3 of the questions I prepared. But I have to open the floor for the questions. Actually, we're running out of time, actually, so let me take just one question. So who is going to be the lucky draw? So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and microphone will be brought to you. And when you're asking the question, please kindly introduce yourself, and please to whom of the panelists that your question is directed to. So any question on the floor? Oh, yes. So you're the lucky guy of the day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. I'm from China. It's quite a surprise for me to hear so many comments about my country by 2 of the 3 panelists. So I think I have to respond. I try to be very brief. My first response or comment is to the Admiral, chair of the NATO Military Committee. And regarding the China's position on the Ukrainian crisis, actually, China's position is very clear and consistent from the very beginning. China is neutral. China is not supporting any side of the conflict. If China, as you said, China was supporting the Russian Federation in a war, then I think the battlefield is not what it is today. This is the first comment. Regarding the China-Russia relationship, you mentioned about the joint exercise and trade, economic cooperation between our two countries. China and the Russian Federation are two sovereign states. Okay, it's very normal and legitimate for China to have this kind of trade business and business cooperation and exchange with Russia. And China also has the right, it's not against international law, to have military exchange and joint exercise. Regarding your remarks regarding the character of NATO, you said NATO is not offensive organization. I don't agree with this. NATO is an offensive organization, military bloc. If not, how can you explain what happened in the former Yugoslavia, the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia? Then regarding, you said, you see, NATO was not expanding. Then how do you explain the increase of numbers of the NATO organization? Okay, and this is the expansion in number, increase in number, and also expansion in geography.
Sir, we are running out of time, so could you please raise a question?
So my response to the Secretary Teodoro from the Philippines, the Secretary mentioned so much about China. His main theme is about China, South China Sea, and he mentioned also Taiwan issue and the East China Sea, even the Yellow Sea issue. First of all, China is a peace-loving country. China is not a war-mongering country. Imagine, look at, since the end of the Cold War, how many wars China was involved, okay, in the world. China is proposing, advocating for a community of shared destiny of human beings, while many people, some people, including some panelists here at this dialogue, okay, we're talking about the so-called like-minded countries, That means there are non-like-minded countries. Okay, I think this is the war, this is the mentality of the Cold War, the division of the world into different blocks.
Well, sir, our time is up, so could you please wrap up? Or if you have a question, then please raise a question. Otherwise, we have to close the session.
Because actually so many things about China discussed, I think China has a right at this forum, at this dialogue, to explain itself, its policies. Otherwise, finally, China's position in the South China Sea is very clear and consistent. I think Mr. Secretary knows very well. I don't want to elaborate. China wants to solve the problem with the Philippines and other countries, ASEAN countries, through peaceful means, through dialogue and discussion.
Well, thank you, sir. I think you are utilizing this time.
You had your golden opportunity if you joined the arbitration, and you would have told the whole world your position, but you chose not to.
All right.
Maybe you would have lost.
Okay, I think we need the Philippines actually to go to work together with China for the peaceful settlement of the dispute.
Okay, well, now time's up, and we have to prepare for the next session. So if you have untold stories, then you probably can just share your ideas during the break. Well, of course, I like to continue. I love to continue, but our time is drawing to a close. So let me once again thank our panelists for their valuable insights and the thoughtful discussion today. And please join me in expressing our appreciation with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of first plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. We will enjoy a short break, and please come back to this hall for the next session. We will start plenary session 2 from 10:50. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon commence the second plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, now please enter the hall and take your seats. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 후 저희 두 번째 본회의 시작하겠습니다. 본 세션 함께 하실 분들께서는 이제 장례로 입장해 주시고 여러분 착석해 주십시오. 고맙습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025 here in this venue. So please enter the hall that we can begin our second plenary session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 네, 여러분 잠시 후 장내에서 두 번째 본회의 세션을 이어가겠습니다. 로비에 계신 분들은 이제 장내로 입장해 주십시오. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we ask for your cooperation. Please enter the hall. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated that we can begin this session. Thank you. 네, 장내에 서 계신 분들 많으신데요. 여러분 이제 자리에 착석해 주시고요. 이용하셨던 리시버를 계속해서 사용해 주시면 되겠습니다. And before we welcome our moderator and the panelists to the stage, please use the receivers once again on your table and select your language of preference. As you can see on the screen, once again, we do provide simultaneous interpretation service in 6 different languages. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now please be seated. 본회의 2세션 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 모두 착석해 주십시오. Once again, we ask for your cooperation. Once everyone is ready to start the session, we will welcome our moderator and the panelists to the stage. Please remain seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 착석 협조의 말씀을 올리겠습니다. 모두 착석해 주시면 저희 준비된 대로 바로 좌장님과 패널분들을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 시작하실 준비해 주십시오. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. We'll now resume with Plenary Session 2. And in this session, we will deep dive into the title, De-escalating military tensions and establishing lasting trust. As we did before, we do have our moderator who will be leading the session. So ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome our moderator and esteemed panelists to the stage. Please welcome them. Let us welcome them to the stage with a big round of applause. And our esteemed panelists for the second plenary session, we'd like to welcome them up to the stage. Let's welcome them once again with a big round of applause as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for being with us here at the site. And here, we will turn the critical tasks of reducing military tensions and laying the foundation for enduring trust between nations. And allow me to introduce our moderator who will be leading us through the session. Here on the stage, we're joined by Dr. Choi Yoon-jung, a Principal Research Fellow at Center for Diplomatic Strategy of Sejong Institute. So please welcome her once again with a big round of applause. And Dr. Choi, if you're ready, please take the floor.
Okay, good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, and our esteemed officials and experts. Warm welcome to this session too. And I really want to thank to our Defense Ministry for hosting this meaningful gathering today and hosting us. And we had a very heated conversation in the previous session, and we have another very burning, we'll deal with very burning topic this session too. The topic of our session is de-escalating military tensions and establishing lasting trust, which I think addresses one of the most urgent imperatives of today's international security. 8 years have passed since the end of World War II, and 8 years since Korea's independence. Yet we see military buildups across regions, gray zone activities that test established norms, and a loss of strategic predictability. The risk of armed conflict feels immediate. Several flashpoints demand our attention. The Korean Peninsula among them. This session meets that reality. Our purpose is not only to manage the next crisis, but to build sustainable arrangements that prevent crisis from happening. Security pressures are now cross-regional and multi-domain. We rightly emphasize the interoperability of forces and systems, but with equal seriousness, We also need what I will call interoperability of trust. The ability of our militaries, institutions, and governments to work based on mutual trust and confidence, even when relations are strained across regions and forums. Today, we will explore concrete, focused measures that foster this interoperability of trust. And let us begin by welcoming our esteemed panelists. Today, we are joined by 3 distinguished representatives from North America, Southeast Asia, and Oceania, each bringing a unique yet complementary approach to regional security and trust building. First up, we have Canada's Deputy Minister of National Defense, Ms. Stephanie Beck, who brings extensive experience across defense, foreign affairs, and strategic planning. Her leadership spans NATO collective security, G7 cooperation, and Asia-Pacific engagement. And then next is coming up is Vietnam's Deputy Minister of National Defense, General Hong Xuan Chien. He brings comprehensive expertise in border security, maritime affairs, and military law. His experience leading Vietnam's engagement in ASEAN defense mechanisms and ADMM+ initiatives positions him uniquely to address regional confidence building approaches. And last, but certainly not least, we have Australia's Deputy Secretary for Strategy, Policy and Industry at the Department of Defense, Mr. Hugh Jeffrey. He oversees Australia's strategic policy and industry coordination. His background in intelligence and NATO operations, combined with Australia's leadership in AUKUS and Quad frameworks, offers crucial insights into collective deterrence and crisis management. So without further ado, I will invite our panelists to the stage. Let me just frame our session. Each speaker has exactly 10 minutes. Our format allows each panelist to present their national perspective first, followed by structured discussions and free floor engagement later. So our first panelist, Ms. Beck, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bonjour. Good morning to everyone. 안녕하세요. Minister An, ministers, generals, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends here in the room. We are very honored to be all together in this space to have this conversation that is extremely important. This is a famous defense and security gathering now. Many years we have been able to come together and have conversations that are extremely important, and I want to thank our hosts for the very warm welcome. I'm privileged to share my panel with my colleagues from Australia and Vietnam. And the theme of our session this morning is very timely: de-escalating tensions in the Indo-Pacific and establishing lasting trust. And I think much of the conversation we're having this morning and tomorrow is actually relevant for other parts of the world too. And I want to discuss what these concepts mean for Canada and for Canadians. Canada is a Pacific nation with over 25,000 kilometers of Pacific coastline. That's more coastline than many Pacific countries themselves. Nearly 1 in 5 Canadians trace their origins to the Indo-Pacific, and I include myself in that number. My parents are New Zealanders, and I have lived and worked in 4 countries in Asia-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific region is also 6 of Canada's top 13 trading partners. This means we have economic security reasons for wanting to be present in the region. Any instability here directly affects the Canadian economy, trade, and our own security, as well as, of course, the ripple effects that we see globally and were talked about earlier this morning. And as with cyber and climate change, global stability has implications on regional stability. So this is a dual direction challenge that we have in front of us. And here on the Korean Peninsula, Canada has a long history. Alongside thousands of other troops, 22 other nations, Canada came to defend the South, and over 26,000 Canadians served in the Korean War, and 516 have died. Since 1950, the United Nations Command presence has supported diplomacy, deterrence, and armistice enforcement. The UN Command, led by, of course, the American General, and we are very proud to have a Deputy Commander role in Lieutenant General Derek McCauley. Our contribution has lasted 75 years. This contribution underscores our enduring commitment to peace and security on the peninsula and our responsibility to the wider region as a middle power. In the Indo-Pacific region is arguably the world's most dynamic, diverse, and rapidly developing. Also, it continues to face growing tension and instability, including around strategic international waterways. We see state actors looking to reshape the international order and wield influence using force and coercion. This can be through unilateral claims, increased militarization of disputed features, use of naval, coast guard, and maritime militia vessels to intimidate, extensive foreign interference, and coercive diplomacy, and let's not forget cyber warfare. These types of activities challenge the long-standing norms of international law and combined with the other security challenges, illegal fishing, trafficking, climate change, and extreme weather, all contributing to rising tensions. The increasing number of these deliberate attacks on our peace require extensive regional alignment and coordination. We will continue our long-standing contributions to uphold predictable international rules and norms in the Indo-Pacific and ensure free and open maritime access for all countries, regardless of size. It's important for like-minded countries to work together to protect that rules-based international order. We want to promote an environment of peace, stability, and prosperity for everyone in the region. Canada has an Indo-Pacific strategy that provides a clear framework for our military and civilian activities in the region. The intent is to deepen our presence and our partnerships. We are committed to increasing participation in multilateral fora that prevent conflict and help resolve disagreements peacefully. And to address the current and future security challenges, we believe it's crucial to increase channels of communication and to reinforce the importance of face-to-face meetings like this one here and the conversations we're all having bilaterally in the room. And we're conducting far more high-level engagements in the region, recognizing that this dialogue is a key pillar for building trust and resolving differences. And Korea will be hosting APEC later in the fall, and we are pleased that our Prime Minister will be attending. We also have regular trade delegations through the region, trying to increase the economic prosperity on both sides of the Pacific. Our involvement in ASEAN and with regional partners, like my colleagues here on the stage, Australia and Vietnam, as well as others, contributes to regional predictability and trust. We have a growing presence and increasing multilateral cooperation in the region through our military training cooperation program. Having a military training cooperation program helps train and build capacity between our militaries, contributing to greater understanding of what motivates each of our militaries and ensuring greater regional stability and professionalized forces. We have exchange agreements with 12 Indo-Pacific countries. These efforts also strengthen our operational readiness and our shared security. Indo-Pacific partners have much expertise to share with Canada and indeed the rest of the world. We also engage in humanitarian relief when disaster strikes. Nepal, the Philippines, Indonesia, New Zealand, anywhere we're needed and we can be helpful. And we know that in times of crisis, our friends will be there for us, just as we will be there for them. Every year in the Indo-Pacific waters, for about 300 days annually, we have 3 warship deployments. The result is more joint training and exercises in accordance with international law, port visits, and confidence-building measures. HMCS Ville de Québec will be in the Indo-Pacific region this summer as part of the UK-led Carrier Strike Group and will be alongside in Korea in a few weeks' time. We, of course, are also supporting UN Security Council sanctions enforcement against North Korea, including naval and air assets. And we believe that together, our various lines of effort through the region will help boost our collective resilience, our interoperability, and strengthen our military and civilian relations with valued partners and build trust. Korea is one of the countries with which our defense relations have progressed at great speed over the last few years. In 2022, we became comprehensive strategic partners, reflecting a deeper relationship built on shared priorities, defending the rules-based international order, strengthening security and defense relations, boosting prosperity through solid supply chains and innovation, working together to advance climate action and deepen people-to-people and cultural ties. This partnership formalizes our shared commitment to democracy, human rights, regional stability, with a focus on peace and security. Defense industrial cooperation is key. Canada and Korea are both looking for ways to leverage our complementary capabilities and see increased commercial ties. In fact, recently we narrowed new submarine procurement for Canada to shortlist Korea and our NATO ally Germany and Norway. And this reflects the quality of the production that exists not only on this side of the world, but in Europe as well. Stronger industrial links increase our supply chain security, promote economic resiliency, and foster interoperability. Our increasing engagement in the region shows that working together, middle powers can indeed shape a safer, more predictable Indo-Pacific. Our historical commitments in the region and on the Korean Peninsula continue to inform our present-day posture in the region. We're committed to long-term, durable presence here and making generational investments in people, equipment, and strategic partnerships. The defense industrial cooperation that we have, the joint training, cyber resilience, our work in women, peace, and security are central to our approach in the Indo-Pacific. We very much value Korea's leadership, ASEAN's role, and our partnerships with Australia, Vietnam, New Zealand, the Philippines, Japan, and so many of our other esteemed partners here. We will continue working with you to reduce tension, build trust, and strengthen security in the region. Together, we are preventing miscalculations, misperceptions, upholding international law, and preserving peace. We will remain your partner in promoting and abiding by the rules that keep us safe and ensuring that the Indo-Pacific remains free, open, prosperous, and secure for all. Merci beaucoup.
Ms. Beck, thank you for sharing your very comprehensive vision for the Indo-Pacific and also putting up the clear emphasis on rule of law, especially at sea. And I think this foundation you laid for, during your presentation will inform for the broader engagement later. Thank you. And next, I will invite Senior Lieutenant General Tin. The podium is yours.
Madam Moderator, distinguished guests, I'm honored to represent the Ministry of Defense of Vietnam on the 40th SDD, a very prestigious regional forum that gathers numerous military and defense leaders and experts. Over the years, the SDD has affirmed its position and role as an important platform for nations to share views, seek solutions to ease tension, build strategic trust, maintain peace, and foster cooperation. I highly appreciate the theme of this discussion session, easing military tension and building long-term trust. This is both timely and strategically significant issues in the context of today's rapidly and unprecedented changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, We have been witnessing a new phase of instabilities. Armed conflicts erupted in numerous regions from Europe, Africa to Asia. Flashpoints tend to shift rapidly from peace to war, from military confrontation to other domains. Strategic competition among major powers is increasing fierce. Compromise are only temporary, whilst rivalry and confrontations continue to expand in scope and across multiple fields. Power politics is on the rise, with major powers pressuring smaller nations and forcing them into difficult choices of alignment. These challenges have drawn nations into vortex of suspicions and eroded strategic trust, leading to heightened military tensions and armed races. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, global military expenditure in 2024 reached a record high since the Cold War, amounting to $2.72 trillion, which is projected to continue rising in 2025. Meanwhile, existing mechanism for conflicts management remains limited. The fragility and lack of stability in global and security architectures underscore the urgent need to reduce military tensions and to build lasting strategic trust among nations. Ladies and gentlemen, international historical experience demonstrates that multilateral mechanisms and forums play a vital role in mitigating military tension, fostering long-term strategic trust. Prominent among these days are the East Asia Summit, ASEAN Regional Forum, Xiangshan Forum in Beijing, Seoul Defense Dialogue, Shangri-La Dialogue, Moscow International Security Conference, and most notably is the ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting Plus. These mechanisms have become key security dialogue platforms, helping reducing the risk of strategic miscalculation, and not only at regional but also global level. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam, like many other peace-loving nations, is reaping the benefits of stability and development. Yet we are acutely aware that peace remains an unfulfilled aspiration in other parts of the world. Numerous countries and people continue to endure the loss and suffering by devastating wars and armed conflicts, with millions facing painful reality, losing both their home and shelter, and forced into displacement and refugee. In this reality, we understand that we meet more urgent necessity to effectively solution to build peace and create stability environment for cooperation and development. For Vietnam, in recent years, we steadfastly pursue the foreign policy of independence, self-reliance, peace and cooperation, always ready to be friend and trusted partner to all, while remaining an active and responsible member of the international community. In the field of national defense, we remain consistent with a policy of four no's: no partaking in military alliance, no siding with one country to act against another, no foreign military bases or use our territory to launch an attack to another country, no use of force or threatening the use of force in international relations. At the same time, we regard transparency in military matters, adhering to international law, and commitment to resolve disputes by peaceful means is a foundation for building long-term trust. On East Sea or South China Sea, Vietnam's consistent stand is that all maritime disputes must be settled in peaceful means on the basis of international law, especially 1982 UNCLOS. We commit to the full and effective implementation of the DOC and striving for the early conclusion of COC that consistent with international law. Ladies and gentlemen, to ease military tension and build long-term trust, I would like to propose 5 groups of solutions as follows. First, to uphold international law. All nations, large or small, must comply to international law, particularly the UN Charter, the international treaties, and UNCLOS 1982, and other general principles of the law recognized by international community. Second, to continue upholding multilateralism and promoting the role of international organizations, while maintaining the expanding strategic dialogue in the field of national defense, security, and diplomacy at all levels, This is very important international relation. Dialogue deserves to dispel misunderstanding, manage crisis, and foster cooperation. Forums like SDD have clearly demonstrated their value in creating spaces where parties can engage in straightforward exchanges and seek common ground, even while having differences. Third, to respect independence, sovereignty, and political regime. All nations, big or small, must honor each other's independence and their legitimate interests. All unilateral actions or imposing power politics will only heighten suspicion and deepen division and obstruct cooperation. Fourth, to enhance transparency in policy and strategies. Transparency serves as a vital foundation for building strategic trust, particularly in military and defense domain. Therefore, we must establish mechanisms to encourage nations to make transparent their policy, strategy, military activities such as large-scale exercises, drill and freedom of navigation and overflight operation, while at the same time establishing hotlines to address emergency in timely manner. Fifth, to mutually commit to cooperation, to maintain peace and stability and building strategic trust at both regional and international level. Nations should further expand international collaboration across fields. Emphasis on addressing non-traditional security challenges, rising response to natural disasters such as Turkey, Myanmar, Pakistan, or tsunamis in Japan, as well as storm, flood, pandemics, including the COVID-19 recently. We only enhance mutual understanding, but also consolidate trust, strengthen bonds, and foster confidence among themselves. It will lead to essential foundation for establishing long-term trust. Ladies and gentlemen, easing military tension and building long-term trust is not merely a political option, but an objective necessity to safeguard peace, stability in 21st century. We firmly believe that when tension subsides, trust begins to take root. Through sincerity, genuine confidence, goodwill, and the spirit of shared responsibility, we can collectively repel the risk of conflicts, work hand in hand to foster peace, sustain stable environment toward cooperation and prosperous development for each nation for the world. Thank you for listening.
Emphasize the role of practical mechanisms based on your 5-point solutions. And I think your solutions could be stepping stones to further our cooperative efforts moving forward. Thank you. And last, but certainly not least, we will invite Mr. Jeffrey. The podium is yours.
Thank you, Yun-Jun. It's great to be here, and I'd like to thank the Ministry of National Defence for hosting the Seoul Defence Forum. This is my second time at the forum, and I always enjoy being here. I'd also like to apologise on behalf of Richard Marles, Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister. He was very, very keen to be here today, but with the Prime Minister abroad at the Pacific Island Forum, he had to remain in country to helm the government, and I'm his less than satisfactory replacement, so apologies for that. Given I'm a humble public official, I will try to be very quick and get to the discussion, which I'm sure is going to be more interesting for you. And I'd just like to acknowledge, of course, my panel members, Deputy Minister Stephanie Beck, and my good friend, General Chien, who I just saw 2 weeks ago in Hanoi, and it's great to see him here today. So, we've all talked about the purpose of this meeting today and what we're discussing, de-escalating military tensions and establishing trust. I mean, these are features, preconditions for any durable strategic order. So why are we talking about them now? What's the particular focus on them today? Why are we seeing the kinds of strategic and military actions that Yun-Jung described in her introduction? And I think it's because we're at a pivot point, to reprise an old cliche, a pivot point in global affairs, which is really to do, I think, at least this is the way we interpret in Australia, which is the end of the post-Cold War era, and with it, the optimistic assumptions around the idea that ideological competition had ended and that the world was on this kind of irreversible trajectory to political and economic liberalisation that would inoculate us to the resumption of major power competition and the risk of catastrophic conflict. Unfortunately, those optimistic assumptions are no longer ones that we hold in the Australian Department of Defence, and we are now looking at a much more challenging strategic environment, and one that we have described now for the first time in our history as our region shifting from one that's been uniquely hospitable to Australia's prosperity and security over the life of our nation to one that is now deteriorating. Now, the key point around the end of the old order is that we don't know what is going to replace it. We think it's too soon to describe the contours of a future order to follow. Rather, instead, what we think will be in its place is a struggle among states as they compete and vie with each other to shape the structures of the new order to follow in the hopes that it best conforms to their strategic interests and prerogatives. Now, the point about this struggle, we think, is it won't be contained and it won't be quick. It's structural, not incidental. And what that means for us, we think, is that it will continue to drive elevated levels of risk out over the decade, at least we think. And the task is not to wish this struggle away, but rather to best navigate it. How do we navigate it in a way that we can ensure that we can preserve our prosperity and our security, but also, most importantly, to ensure that this struggle doesn't tip over into catastrophic confrontation. Now, we have already seen one very serious failure and of this era, I think, and that is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I view that invasion as the first war of this struggle, principally because it's not just the case, an isolated case of a stronger power seeking to subjugate a weaker neighbour. I think instead it's because it's using this moment in the collapse of the old order, the struggle for a new one, as a point where aggressive action might benefit states and allow them to shift the international system more decisively in their favour. And so we see this principally as a failure of deterrence and a failure of the international system, its norms and its rules to constrain an aggressor. And our job in the Indo-Pacific, we think, is to ensure that we don't experience an equivalent failure in our region, home to half the world's population, majority of the world's economic growth. A major power conflict in this region would be a catastrophe from which few would recover. So it's vitally important that we invest in a regional order that not only prevents conflict, but also invests in the norms and the principles that have underpinned our prosperity for decades. And so, very, very quickly, I mean, there are many things that we could talk about. What are the characteristics, what are the features of such an order? I think we all know about them, but I'll just kind of nominate a few and then get back to the discussion. I think the first is to acknowledge the hard power dimension of this more challenging environment. A feature of the old order was that states assumed that treaties and agreements, that the global economic interdependence would offset the need to invest in robust military capabilities. Because it was sort of because treaties and agreements, global economic interdependence would act as the factor that would deter conflict. I think that now has proven to be false, and that we're all now beginning to recognise that hard power has a quality all of its own, and that we need to invest in it. And as General Chee mentioned, we are now beginning to see unprecedented reinvestments in military capability. You have seen the NATO spending commitment at the Hague summit this year, and you're seeing growth rates in the Indo-Pacific too. Of course, the most profound, the most significant hard power dynamic in this region is China's military buildup. It's unprecedented in scale, the biggest we have seen in this region, certainly since World War II. Now, of course, it's really important to mention here, we do not question the right of any country to build up its military, let alone China's. But when you do it on this scale, the risk is the emergence of a profound military imbalance in this region. And in geopolitics, imbalance is provocative. And so all of this underpins for us that a core feature of this region is that we will need to reinvest in balance of power frameworks. Because balance of power will be a necessary I think, precondition to a durable strategic order to ensure that states do not conclude that the benefits of force might outweigh the risks. Now, obviously in our region, it's hard to talk about a strategic balance of power absent the United States. But unlike the old order, it's not possible, not sufficient, that the US be expected to invest in such a balance on its own. Other states must do that, and Australia is, I think, no exception. That is why the Albanese government is conducting the largest increase in defence spending since the end of the Second World War. Australia is investing in a generational transformation of the Australian Defence Force to ensure we are not only in a position to deter force projection against the Australian continent, that's a new and increasingly challenging role for us, but even perhaps more importantly is that we want to contribute to that balance of power where no state concludes that force is a viable way to achieve strategic goals. Now, the second key feature we think of this order that we seek is to acknowledge first that hard power is not enough. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition for peace and security in our region. Rules matter too, and no rule matters more than the prohibition on territorial conquest. This is the foundation stone of the UN Charter, born out of the calamity of World War II, and it is one of the reasons why the Ukraine war is so dangerous. It's because the aggressor is not only a founding member of the United Nations, but a permanent member of the UN Security Council. And it is threatening nuclear weapons to leverage a conventional campaign of conquest, and it has enlisted North Korea, a country subject to multiple UN Security Council resolutions for its illegal weapons program, including nuclear weapons, to participate in this campaign. I can't think of a worse international precedent when we're moving into this more dangerous strategic environment. So this gets to my third key feature, I think, which is the need for strategic restraint, especially when it comes to great powers, how they exercise their power, and the renewed focus on spheres of influence as an organising principle for global order. Now, no one objects to the idea of spheres of influence founded on attraction, on economic dynamism and prosperity. But those founded on coercion or force are illegitimate. They're illegitimate because they assume that only great powers are truly sovereign. And worse, such spheres are weak and fragile because they sow the seeds of renewed conflict down the line. And this is the problem with spheres of influence, thinking if they have to be enforced, that means states don't want to be in them and they will fight for their autonomy, and Ukraine is a good example. Conversely, when great powers exercise self-restraint, when they accept limits on their unilateral pursuit of advantage, they create the conditions of stability. When power is used coercively to redraw boundaries, to impose outcomes, the result is insecurity for us all. And let's be frank, in the Indo-Pacific, the temptation to resolve disputes by force or by coercion is real. Territorial gains achieved by such means, in my view, though, will be fragile and they'll be corrosive. They invite counterbalancing, they fuel arms races, and they undermine the trust necessary for any sustainable order requires. All states, large and small, must commit to the principle that might does not make right. Restraint isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It signals confidence in the strength of one's position and the legitimacy of international norms. And finally, and then I'll go back to my seat, balance of power. While the balance of power seeks to ensure that states accept the risks of territorial conquest are too great, states must also be convinced that the peace is too valuable. And in practice, this means preserving and building interdependencies among states in trade, investment, ideas, and people. Now, de-risking supply chains is an unfortunate, if necessary, response to intensifying strategic competition, but letting this tip over into wholesale decoupling would be, in my view, a very grave mistake. Dividing the Indo-Pacific into geo-economic and geostrategic blocks would not only make us poorer, it would make us more vulnerable to conflict. If opportunities are removed to become more prosperous through trade and investment between states, key incentives are also removed to keep the peace. So in conclusion, interdependence, of course, is no panacea, but nor is securitization, which tends to impose binary options and counterintuitively undermines our shared ambitions to prevent conflict and preserve the peace. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to the conversation ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Jeffrey. Your excellent presentation also emphasized that we'll have to have more focused and intensive discussions like we have today. And also we have to invest more in defense to increase defense capacity. But I think we also have to invest more to build the mechanism that can increase our level of confidence, level of trust amongst ourselves. In this regard, now that we have heard very insightful presentations from our three panelists, before opening the floor, I'd like to pose one overarching questions to our panelists. Given the current trust deficit and rising tensions, maybe we can elaborate on joint policy efforts and diplomatic solutions. So it could be specific crisis management mechanisms or structured approaches through which confidence-building measures might actually restore trust. So already, General Chin, you elaborated on ASEAN-led mechanisms that you've worked with so many long time. So maybe you can have more concrete and substantive ideas that you can share with other panelists and the participants here. So I will invite Ms. Peck first.
Thank you very much. I think what I took away from the presentations, all three of us have good ideas and different ideas, and I think it's important to link them all together. I think the focus of what I was talking about in terms of joint policies and joint ways of de-escalating conflict and building trust is creating networks of better understandings. And I think that means through multilateral fora as well as bilateral conversations, and not just by diplomats and not just by military members. It means at every level of society, academics talking more, cultural ties, people-to-people ties. When we understand each other's families, each other's values, and we share them, then there is a better path to peace and prosperity for all of us. This means then that we can leverage the existing fora that are currently in play, including dialogues like this today, in, of course, United Nations settings, as well as ASEAN, APEC, you name them, different working relationships, different cooperation agreements that are in place, and together those create a web that becomes stronger the more that it is used, like creating new neuron systems in the brain, where at the end we know each other better, we understand what is motivating us, and maybe there's a more shared understanding of the perceptions, what it is that we're doing. Because what has been clear from the conversation today is not everybody has the same understanding of what the other is doing, and it's important to clarify that.
General Chin.
Thưa Tuần. Ladies and gentlemen, to decrease the military and conflicts, the wartime around the world and in some region, first is a mechanism of dialogue. Dialogue need to be in different channel and different way. For Vietnam, we highly respect the pillars, including diplomacy, security, and defense. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Defense, and Security can discuss with each other, I believe that that we have opportunity to create the strategic trust and to minimize the miscalculation. For Vietnam, we can do that with many countries. We have the defense cooperation with more than 100 countries around the world. And we have cooperation with all of Security Council member of the UN. And every year, every month, like my friend from Australia have just said, and my friend from Canada, we just met each other recently. And every year we meet. Through the dialogues that we have bilaterally, we share the experience, share and build the confidence toward a common goal of the stability of the world and the region. And I believe that the SDD contribute in the past few years is a very important channel. Together with Shangri-La Dialogue, the Moscow International and Beijing Shangshan is very important to contribute to minimize the tension and conflicts that we do not want. That's the message that we'd like to share with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. And look, to reference General Chien's last remarks, multilateralism and the practice and the habits of engagement, very central to how Australia thinks about its participation in regional politics, and I think it's true for Canada. But I think what we want to ensure is that engagement is important in and of itself, because when you're talking, you're not fighting, the old aphorism. But we think it's important that the region's multilateral dialogue is not unanchored from a normative agenda. And what I mean by that is it must be tied to seeking to ensure both the commitment to and development of norms and rules that preserve our prosperity and security. Now, our ministers are often very fond of talking about the international rules-based order. And when they talk about that order in our region, it often inspires kind of skepticism or eye rolls, because I think we need to acknowledge in our region there are competing visions of order. And I think at the moment you have a situation where China, so the major power in this region, regards that order as something it didn't participate in, and believes it was sort of created to preserve the prerogatives of existing powers and prevent the rise of new ones. Whereas the United States now, its principal the underpinning architect of that order has now begun to be concerned that that order is being weaponized against it. And so I think our job, particularly as countries in and of the region, is that we need to be able to confidently assert how the rules-based order works and why it's important for us to invest in it, and the risks we face if we don't. I think probably the greatest contribution that the United States has made to regional prosperity and security is that it's chosen to anchor its conduct as a great power to that order really since World War II, and it has enabled an enormous growth of prosperity and security. And so it's very, very important, we think, that we continue to invest in that set of rules and that set of norms. I'll give you one quick example, because for us it's not just an abstract concept. In 2019, Australia and Timor-Leste agreed a maritime boundary treaty. And that was agreed under the UN UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, under its dispute resolution procedures. It was the first of its kind, and it saw Australia cede through legislation in our parliament territory to Timor-Leste. Now, if you think of the power relativities between Timor-Leste and Australia, we were not compelled to cede territory. No one was forcing us. Timor-Leste couldn't compel us. We decided to do, and we had a different view of the case under international law, under our interpretation of UNCLOS. But we participated in good faith in UN arbitration, and when the court found in favour of Timor-Leste, we ceded territory. Why? Because we believe that the international system, the rules and norms, give states
the way to resolve disputes without conflict. And we believe that states investing in that approach delivers more durable security for us in the longer term than agreements that are resolved through force or through coercion. And so I want to underline that for us, this idea is not abstract. It's concrete, we invest in it, and we think it's important that states continue to understand how pertinent those rules and norms are to our collective security. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Before I open to the floor, so from your answers, it became very clear that we have our own way of conducting, this confidence building practices, and we have platforms of our own. But do you think we can have inter-regional, cross-regional platforms that we can have further, coordinated, or we can facilitate our regional-based efforts? Then what could be this type of new platform, if any?
Just very quickly, I think this question of regional architecture, it often comes up, and I think one of the questions ultimately is, do we need an Asian NATO, or do we need a sort of a new defence format? My personal view is I don't think so. I think the region is very lucky to have regional architecture underpinned by ASEAN and the related fora that tie on to ASEAN, so the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Defence Ministers meeting. That architecture is designed by our Southeast Asian colleagues to be inclusive, and so that countries like Australia, which is not formally part of ASEAN but can still be members of it. And I think that actually is quite essential, and if we didn't have it, we would need to invent it. General Chien, who participates in ASEAN fora all the time, will be best placed to speak about it. But my only argument, I think, about regional architecture is that it does need to be willing to lean into areas of the region's trajectory where risk is growing. And I think the nature of inclusive architecture is that it tends to shy away from sensitive areas. And I think that's ultimately the risk. We need to be able to understand how we best preserve the security and the prosperity that the region has enjoyed and minimise the risks of confrontation. Those risks are not insignificant, given the pressures on the region and the growth in military capabilities. So that's the challenge, I think, of regional architecture. I don't think the challenge means that there is new architecture required. Of course, there's a whole range of multilaterals growing, and I think that's good and prudent response to the desire of nations to be to coordinate more effectively with each other on key areas. But I think Australia remains committed to the idea of ASEAN centrality and to investing in the patterns of behaviour that we've built up over many decades. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have high respect for the regional security architecture, especially ASEAN. ASEAN is always open and inclusive. That's why we have observer and we have plus country. And this mechanism is very good. Australia, ROK, and other countries, US, Canada, those are the countries that contribute to the regional security architecture. But not only ASEAN is being benefited, but also we want to expand to other international organizations and other dialogue, including SDD. I think it's one of the architects that we can share the strategic issues and transparency in defense and military. At the same time, we also promote bilateral cooperation, especially in terms of defense cooperation. Like my colleague from Australia, like he said, when we talk, we cannot fight. We believe so. If the Minister of Defense can shake hands at the border of the two countries, there's no way there would be border skirmishes. That's why we have defense border exchange with all the countries that we share inland border with, especially in Korea. I myself and Mr. Vice Minister of Defense will have the defense policy dialogue between Vietnam and Korea. It's the 12th edition. This is our 12th time, and every time we're here, we have something new to promote to our cooperation. And we contribute to the overall cooperations in the region and the world. That's why we highly respect. The main thing is the goal and how we approach the regional security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would overlay the security question with economic security and food security as well. So we must not overlook the trade agreements and the interaction between our commercial levels, but also our agricultural policies that ensure that everybody in the region has access to food and water. And the other angle of that is the responses that we all have to mitigation of climate change impacts. And I'm thinking particularly of the Pacific Islands, but of course the increasing number of storms passing through the region, and the response that we all have as humans, looking out for each other, making sure that we can deliver supplies when necessary, and not worrying so much about borders or existing conflicts. And I think of all of the support that poured into Myanmar after the terrible disaster there recently. I think that gives us all some hope that there is possibility for peace and prosperity at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Throughout the responses from the panelists, ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN relevance, I think, was highly upheld. But still, there must be some commitments stronger commitment from ASEAN to uphold these values. So this was my personal opinion. And also, Ms. Beck, you emphasized that everything is being securitized nowadays. So we need more, I think we have to invest more to make all related areas, including agriculture and climate change and economic aspects, to make more secure. So we need many things to do moving forward. So now I will open the floor for questions and brief comments. Given our distinguished audience of defense officials and experts, warmly invite real engagement, and please keep interventions directly related to the topics of this session or the comments made by our panelists. So you can raise your hands, then I will recognize you, or some of the staffs on the floor will help you to turn on your mics. When called, kindly state your name and affiliation, and please keep your intervention within 1 or 2 minutes. So the floor is open now.
Can I? Thank you. I'm Professor Seol, who is teaching at Korea National Defense University. I want to ask to all distinguished three panelists, thank you very much for your wonderful speeches and intensive discussion. My question is, today in this panel, we are talking about some ways to mitigate tensions and build lasting trust among countries. But as we all know, it is also very important efforts to make our deterrence stronger, right? So can you provide some practical ways to combine these seemingly contradictory efforts together? Thanks.
Might have responses in a reverse order, but maybe Mr. Jeffrey.
So thank you. That's the question, right? So I think, as I said in my remarks, we need to acclimatize ourselves to a world where hard power is a more salient component of international order, and we need to accustomize ourselves again to balance of power frameworks. The problem with those frameworks, though, is that the more you invest in military capabilities, for the purposes of deterrence, the greater risk you are at provoking the thing that you're trying to prevent. It's called the deterrence trap. And so that's why I think that as states begin investing in increased military capabilities to defend themselves, to invest in balance of power, we must also invest in those, well, I would call those hard constraints. The military power is the kind of the hard constraints that states face if they wish to pursue military options to achieve strategic goals. But I think that's a necessary but not sufficient condition for effective deterrence. You must also invest in those soft restraints, those opportunities states forego for pursuing military goals. And that's why I think while interdependence does not prevent conflict, as Russian-European interdependence demonstrated, it nevertheless provides incentives for states to keep the peace. And I think the more you invest in those incentives, the more you minimize the risks that you fall into the deterrence trap. And so that's a sort of a theoretical approach to the question. In practical terms, what does that mean? I think it means, as General Chien said, keeping up the habits of regional cooperation, but even more important than that is tying it to those normative agendas around rules and particularly around the prohibition on the use of on territorial conquest and the use of force to achieve strategic goals or resolve territorial disputes. That's essential, but also increasingly is to ensure that we don't allow ourselves to walk back from regional economic integration. I think that is a key component. It's been a key reason for our economic prosperity over the last several decades, and I think it will be a key ballast for security into the future. And I think you can see some of that in evidence where, to go back to the last question around multilateralism, you have existing architecture underwritten by ASEAN, but you also, as I mentioned, have new multilateral or minilateral formats emerging. And that essentially is states deciding that they don't want to be they don't want to be passengers to the region's strategic trajectory. They want more to be agents of that trajectory. And I'm looking at, he's not present this morning, but I'm looking at Defense Minister Nakatani Gen's seat here. He is Japanese Defense Minister, of course. I think it's the first time a Japan's Defense Minister has visited Seoul for many years. The sort of the relationship between Seoul and Tokyo, the trilateral with the United States, Australia has a trilateral with Seoul and Tokyo as well. I think these are really important signifiers that states are willing to coordinate more closely to ensure that they can contribute to those conditions that will preserve peace and security in our region. And I think they're another example of how we get the balance right. In short, hard power is a component, but an insufficient component in my view. And the more we can invest in those other measures, the important. And then finally, I would add, and we haven't mentioned, I think actually Deputy Minister Beck has mentioned this, confidence building measures. There are a whole range of activities that you can engage in. And I think as regional militaries grow in capability, CBMs will become increasingly important. Our ministers often talk about guardrails, around hotlines, around the ability to communicate in the event of an accident. We want to ensure that miscalculation doesn't lead to inadvertent confrontation. And so those measures, I think, are going to grow, and it's really important that fora like this can continue to focus on those and develop the knowledge of how they can be employed and to build consensus behind them. Thank you.
I believe that all countries must respect international law, UN Charter. Secondly, must follow their international obligations. With that, there will be no confrontations. There will be no armed races with focus on military power. Secondly, we believe that we must respect each other's sovereignty, international integrity, and political regime. All countries have their own independence and share and have different political regime. And when we respect that, there will be no confrontation. And thirdly, like Vietnam's follow and advocate to our policy. We are friends with all countries around the world, but we also a responsible members of the international community. Like we are now participate in the UN peacekeeping. We send our relief forces to Turkey and Myanmar, and we follow the four no's defense policy. It's very clear that we do not using the four no's to use the military to, and this is what we always follow. And if we consistent and we use dialogue, and there will be no way we will have a military confrontation. At the same time, we focus on invest in the defense forces so that we can defend our country.
Mostly about the threats we can see, the physical infrastructure, the growth of our militaries, but I want to talk for a moment about the threats we cannot see, which are arguably more insidious. So cyber warfare that we know is underway, the active attempts at mis- and disinformation to all of our societies, the transnational crime, financial crime, and smuggling of people and drugs aimed at disrupting our societies and ensuring that confidence in governments all around the world is disrupted as well. These kinds of crimes and activities are much harder to deter, much harder to defend ourselves against, and arguably in the long run have a much more enduring effect on the way we can run our governments, manage our societies, help our people to be more prosperous. And those two have a whole separate set of networks and international binding law trying to manage them. But as fast as we come up with ideas on what kind of structures we can put into place, the evolution happens and there is a new technology out there making it more difficult for all of us. We haven't even talked about space-based threats, but I think that will be the new frontier for all of us. It's not a hopeful one, and I'm not offering a solution. I'm just saying it's very complicated.
Yeah, there's just many things that we have to consider further. Okay, so I think we can have one or two more questions from the floor. Yes, two gentlemen over there. So we will collect two questions in a row, and we'll revert to the panelists.
Thank you very much. My question is for the distinguished speaker, Vice Minister from Vietnam. I'm Lei Ferrick-Easley, a professor at Ewha Women's University, and speaking tomorrow in the AI and Civil Military panel. I wanted to ask you about Vietnam's defense cooperation with Japan and South Korea. Could you tell us something that Vietnam is doing with South Korea that you would also like to do with Japan? And some functional cooperation or security cooperation that you're doing with Japan that perhaps you would like to expand in your cooperation with South Korea? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. I'm Mike O'Hanlon from Brookings in Washington, and I don't want to sound like a self-centered American, but I'm intrigued that President Trump's name has not come up very much today so far. I take that as a hopeful sign that perhaps we've found ways to imagine a continuity in American foreign policy that may be greater than some of us would have predicted. But I wondered what your interpretation might be. Has Secretary Hegseth, with his sort of reassuring visits to the region, managed to convey a little bit more of a stability in some of America's role than we might have otherwise predicted a few months ago? Or is it just happenstance that President Trump's name and his willingness to sort of be a revolutionary in some dimensions of American foreign policy doesn't seem to have entered the conversation so much so far today?
Okay, thank you for wonderful questions. So we have two questions. One is very substantive questions related to AI and cooperation in cyberspace. And second question, which I think we cannot avoid in this setting. And our fellow from the Brookings Institute rightly pointed out that aspect. So maybe we can have answers from you.
Thank you. It is interesting. We haven't talked much about the U.S. and actually not very present here today in person either. But I think that's probably because the United States has been very clear in their policy towards the region of late, especially from a military perspective. Secretary Hegseth has made very public pronouncements about the support that the U.S. is willing to provide in the region from a military perspective, and also what they're not prepared to provide. And having that clarity has made it a lot easier for the other nations in the region to understand what their role is and how they need to step up and change their particular approaches. Perhaps less clear from an economic perspective, from a trade perspective. There are definite conflicts in approaches there, and making that significantly more difficult for everyone to understand what their role is and how they can contribute to prosperity of their own countries when there is a changing environment in the United States on what the approach might be. And I'll leave the Vietnamese bilateral cooperation with South Korea and Japan to my colleague. But from a Canadian perspective, just if I could, we do have slightly different relationships with each of the countries, but both of them based on trying to get the most advantage from each other's strengths. And by strengths, I mean in innovation or industrial cooperation, and looking to the future always to see how we can learn more from each other.
Dorothy.
First of all, I would like to share about the cooperation that we have with Japan and Korea. Japan and Korea are all very important partners of Vietnam. They are all strategic partners of Vietnam. The defense cooperation with the two countries are considered the pillar of cooperation. We have multiple areas from delegation exchange, training and education, capacity building, and defense industry, military trade, cybersecurity, maritime security, and AI as well. I believe that in terms of cybersecurity, we will have our representative to speak with AI. This is one of the issues very global at the moment. Vietnam, Korea, and Japan are sharing the experience, and we have initial cooperations, and we hope that we can have humane and country development, not to use AI on militarizations and other unhumane cooperation. In the defense policy dialogue on the 11th, we will discuss on these matters, as well as in this dialogue that we have 2+2 cooperation between Vietnam and Japan. In November, we also discuss on this matter. And I believe that the cooperation between Vietnam and Japan and Korea will be for the common goal of peace and cooperation in the region and the world. Regarding the American friends question, we welcome all the initiative in all countries, including U.S., with the goal to maintain peace and cooperation in the world and the region. We hope that U.S. as a major power will contribute positively and more effectively to the world and the region cooperation, including the policy in terms of defense and security, especially in the new executive order of Trump to change the name of the Defense Department to the Department of War. We hope that we continue to move toward the peace and cooperation in the world, avoid themselves from conflicts and disagreement. Thank you.
Oh, do I get to answer that one? Thanks, Mike. I'm upset you didn't get my veiled references to American policy in our region. I thought they were kind of not so subtle. But look, I mean, I think, in Australia, we try to judge or try to assess American strategic policy in the Indo-Pacific across the long arc, not through sort of the 4-year terms of American presidents. I think our view has been that that long arc has been enormously important to the region's development since World War II, and very hard to understate in my view. And I think sometimes the United States doesn't get enough credit in the region for that role. And I think it's also dangerous to straightcast from the Trump administration into future administrations. It's not clear to me that all of the views and assumptions adopted by this administration are going to follow on. And because in some ways it's such a change from past practice, I don't know if it's going to mean that's the way it happens in the future. And I think the other thing is, in Australia, we try to avoid understanding American policy through the partisan soap opera of American politics. Because it's just, we try to, you're sort of trying to understand the signal from the noise. I think the thing I would say that I am confident is going to be a feature of American statecraft in this region into the future, and probably more globally, is that the American preference during the Cold War and in the post-Cold War era for, it preferred free riders over freelancers. And I think that is over. I think the idea that the United States will continue to shoulder the sort of the lion's share of allied defense spending because they're so powerful that they don't actually need their allies to come in other than through the effective coalition building. I think that is over, and certainly we are of the view that not just because of the United States, but also because of strategic dynamics in this region, we need to invest more in a self-reliant Australian Defence Force, not only because we would be a more potent partner for the United States, but also because the requirement for the defence of Australia is becoming more acute. And it's only prudent that we invest in those capabilities. So that's what I think has changed. But I also think, and as I said in my remarks, I think, as I said, an investment in deterrence that sort of prioritises only its hard power components, I think, is a risk. And it needs to also factor in those soft restraints that we've talked about. And I think that's also something that, that I've seen actually signs that President Trump is as interested in those soft restraints as he is in hard restraints. His bucking of DC consensus on export controls to China, for example, is quite an interesting view of how to prosecute, and his desire, I think obvious desire, to build a viable economic partnership with China is actually, I think, a positive thing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful responses. Now, I will invite one last intervention from the floor.
Hello, my name is Jun Hano, and I'm a researcher with the Korean National University of Defense. I'd like to ask a question to the floor in its entirety, and I think this question is very much relevant considering some of the events that we've been seeing or that we've been seeing in the news, particularly in the relationship between the United States, China, Russia, and etc. And I think the more pressing question that we all need to be asking ourselves at this particular moment is, what are some measurements or what are particular measures that we as regional powers or as middle powers we can take and we can certainly use to in the form of cooperation to surmount some of the challenges that we're seeing, not particularly during this particular era, but the challenges that we'll be seeing in the years to come. Right? And so we continue to say that geopolitical challenges are very much of a timely issue, but it's also very true that we've been seeing this happening for quite a few number of decades, quite a few number of decades. And so I think the question that I would like to ask you guys is, what exactly do you think is, or what do you think are more concrete measures that we as regional powers that we can come up with to surmount challenges that aren't necessarily relevant just to this particular era, but for the years that are to come? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that will be summarizing answers from each of you. What would be the concrete measures that we can come up with for us and for the future generations as well? So please, yeah.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I think in all of these cases, the answer starts at home. Making sure that, first of all, our own economy, our own society is in good shape, that we are working together as countries to grow our economies and ensure our people are prosperous and healthy, and then from that strong base, leverage that in concert with other like-minded countries around the region and knit together the activities that we do that will, in the long term, lead to a healthier society and one that is capable of responding to any crisis that comes towards it, including, for that matter, mitigation of possible climate change impacts. So almost a charity begins at home, but make sure that first we're looking after ourselves, and then from there we can move on to create a broader, stronger society across the Indo-Pacific region.
For Vietnam, we have the cooperation with all countries, US, Russia, and China. We have cooperation very comprehensively with these three countries in terms of politics, economics, diplomacy, and defense and security. That's why we have the need to work with them and and we have sustainable cooperation with them. In defense cooperation, we cooperate with US, with China, and Russia at the same time. Whatever we need with them, we shared our experience. We have technology transfer. We can work together even to military trade. I'd like to share with esteemed members that we buy the weapons from everybody, and if we think it is compatible with our needs. However, for our defense need, that's why we're not afraid that there's imbalances. We believe that with the cooperations with these countries as quite strategically for years to come, decades to come, and we still maintain this cooperation. Between Vietnam and Russia Federation, we've been cooperating for decades, and the areas of cooperation we still remain the same. And with China and US and other major powers, with Korea, with Japan, and other countries, we will follow the same, and the cooperation with our policy of multilateralization and diversification with all other countries. Thank you.
It's a very philosophical question. I think as a defense strategist, we observe the discipline of 10-year planning cycles. And that's principally because we don't really think we can accurately predict beyond the decade. Then it just becomes very hard and very speculative. And as defense professionals, we are obligated to embrace pessimism. So we tend to think about all the things that are going to go wrong, because we know if they do go wrong, it will be to defense that our ministers come. And so we have to have thought about it, we have to prepare for them. That said, thinking about them and preparing for them doesn't mean that we think that they're likely or desirable. So defense strategists are probably not the best people to ask about how do we, what are the mechanisms with which to ensure security for future generations. I'd only say that the big question mark on strategy at the moment is how new technologies will change the game. And it's hard at the moment to discern the hype from the reality. It's not lost on me that a lot of the advocates of profound changes being caused by artificial intelligence are the companies themselves. So they, of course, want to convince us that these changes are going to be seminal and unavoidable and will require billions of dollars of investment from taxpayers. So, but nevertheless, without just setting aside that kind of caveat, these technologies do have a profound ability, I think, it's not necessarily going to be true, to really alter how we think about balance of power frameworks, how we think about defense capabilities, and what is really going to drive national prosperity and productivity in the years ahead. Positively, it could have the opportunity to render a lot of our rigid geopolitical challenges redundant and create space for new coalitions and opportunities to emerge. And that's something that I think we should not lose sight of. If technology can provide unforeseen solutions to entrenched problems, that can quickly change the calculations that states make about the importance of resources, of territory, of security, and how they think about it. So it's always something to keep in mind. And I'm also always reminded to, because this is a defense forum and we think about risks and we think about things going wrong, not to be resigned to moping about the future. If you look at global literacy rates, global health rates, if you look at global connectivity to technology, global productivity rates, they have never been better, never been higher. So global standard of livings have never been higher, and yet we still obsess about the risks that we face. And so I think it is important to understand that there is a lot of opportunity for future generations, and I think we've got to probably do a better job of trying to understand how technology will inform that. But at the moment, I think it's still a bit too far to make concrete conclusions about it, but we're certainly thinking hard about what they are.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your very candid and insightful responses, even for those some tricky questions. And many points stood out. I really can't summarize the points that we've made so far, but dialogue in any form, whether it is bilateral context or multilateral context like ASEAN-led platforms, should be upheld. And also at the same time, dialogue only is not enough. We have to come up with some very specific norms and rules that we can, keep in any case, in any occasions. And thirdly, in the later part of our discussion, from Deputy Minister Beck and from questions from the floor, we emphasized the new dimensions our security, which is, I think, mostly technology-driven and human security and so on, which means that we have to invest more, not only from the hard restraint, hard power aspect, but also the soft power aspects too. So, and it is very opportunistic. It is very, I think, good that we have in the later session, we have more opportunities to discuss further in terms of cybersecurity, AI, and defense industry, and so on. So we will conclude this session at this moment. Happily, we succeeded in concluding our session in time. And I really want to thank our esteemed panelists for their insightful, sharing their insightful vision and comments, and also for our participants in the floor too. And so I will conclude this session. Please join me in giving them big and warm applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. You may return to your seats. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your active participation at this morning session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. And this brings us to the end of our morning session, and we will soon begin afternoon session after enjoying our lunch break. And luncheon will be provided as a standing buffet in the lobby of this conference hall. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch break. And before you leave the hall, please put your receivers back on your table that we can use for the upcoming sessions. And for our distinguished guests, heads of delegation, and the security experts participating as moderator and panelists, we do have a separate luncheon prepared for you. So please follow the guidance of our staff members. Please make your way to the Sapphire Ballroom on the 3rd floor, same hotel. Thank you very much for your participation. And please come back to this hall by 2 p.m. that we can continue with our dialogue. Thank you very much. See you at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. I hope you all had a great lunchtime. Thank you once again for joining us today, both online and offline. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you for your ongoing participation. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin plenary session 3 of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025, we will now have an honor to listen to a special address. Here at the site, we're joined by His Excellency Mr. Nakatani Gen, a Minister of Defense of Japan, to deliver his special address. So may I ask you to please come up to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Minister Nakatani Gen to the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까? Good afternoon.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 오늘 Good afternoon. I'm Ken Nakatani, Acting Minister of Defense of Japan. I would like to thank for this opportunity to speak at the Seoul Defense Dialogue. This is a very valuable opportunity where experts in the security and defense sectors from many countries in the region come together. And I would like to express my deep appreciation to Korea for setting the stage for such dialogues and leading the discussions for peace and stability in the region. We are discussing various very important topics in the different sessions that are pertinent to the current situations in the region. I would like to express my deepest respect and gratitude for the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Korea and Minister An Gyubek for again putting together this important dialogue. Today, I would like to begin by expressing my determination as Minister of Defense of Japan to continue Japan's leading contribution to peace and stability in the international community. And as this is the first time as a sitting Minister of Defense from Japan has been given the opportunity to speak in South Korea, I would also like to take this opportunity to share my thoughts on defense cooperation between Japan and South Korea as well. As noted on the 23rd of August, President Lee Jae-myung of the Republic of Korea met with Prime Minister Ishiba through a state summit talks and have agreed to continue to develop the two relations of the two countries in a future-oriented and stable manner, and have agreed to continue for cooperations in the economic and human exchange and other various sectors. The two have also agreed to work with the United States, Japan, and Korea as a trilateral talks to pursue the complete denuclearization of North Korea. The two have also agreed to seek measures for joint issues, such as the decline in population and response measures to natural disasters and other common social issues. Prime Minister Ishiba mentioned that the Japan-Korea relations will be further developed in new directions amid these difficult times, that the government and the people of the two countries must hold hands and really take steps to walk towards a better future. President Lee Jae-myung of the Republic of Korea have mentioned that it is the first time since the President of the Republic of Korea is visiting Japan to hold bilateral talks for the first time since the normalization of ties between Japan and Korea in 1965. He also added that this act symbolizes how much weight Korea puts on the relations with Japan, and that the two countries have formed a strong rapport and solidarity and trust that the two countries are very important partners. This is my third visit to Korea in the position of the Ministry of Defense. And this, I believe, is the largest in terms of any defense minister of Japan to visit Korea. And I believe this also shows that I am very earnest in making the Japan-Korea relations move on to a next level. As you can easily understand, the defense relationship with South Korea is very important for Japan in the region. Since World War II, for the past 80 years, Japan has walked the path of a peaceful nation. We have participated in various peacekeeping operations with Korea as the self-defense forces of Japan and the ROK forces in the UN peacekeeping operations in Haiti and South Sudan. The piracy activities in the front seas of Somalia and the Aden Bay is where the Korean ROK forces and the Japanese self-defense forces are joining hands to contribute to the peace and stability of the international community. We will continue to promote such works. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest respect and appreciation for Korea for playing such a big contribution to the stability of the region and of the world. The Korean people, with its strong democratic background and economic powers, can lead to, with advanced production technologies and innovative innovations, can continue to contribute to, as a leading country for the world peace and stability based on, and also to the Japan-Korea cooperations. Turning to the current security environment, the historical changes are taking place in the balance of power and intensifying geopolitical competition. This is leading to serious challenges to the free, established international order of openness and stability. The international community's grand principle of the general prohibition of the use of force has been clearly violated by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia, being a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has violated the UN regulations. The possibility that North Korea may be receiving nuclear and missile-related technology from Russia in exchange for sending their troops to fight in eastern Russia has been raised. So these claims are being raised on the part that North Korea is seeking missile-related technology from Russia. And such developments brings the issue very close to other countries in the Indo-Pacific region as well. This also casts a shadow over the Indo-Pacific region, as similar situations could take place in the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific region hosts large military forces, including nuclear weapons, and many countries and regions that do not share universal values and political or economic systems based on them. North Korea's progress in nuclear and missile development and the deepening of military cooperation between Russia and North Korea are also serious issues, and complete denuclearization of North Korea is necessary. There are also persistent attempts to change the status quo, unilaterally change the status quo in the East China Sea and the South China Sea through force and coercion. There are joint military training and marine activities being spotted in the region as an attempt to further strengthen military cooperation in the region, and therefore there are strong concerns that are being raised. We need to make sure that international order based on international law and open principles must be adhered to. However, this cannot be achieved by the efforts of one country alone. We need a multi-layered defense and military cooperation among countries. In that regard, we need to have joint cooperation between China, Korea, and the United States, as well as Japan, Korea, and United States, as well as India, Korea, United States, Australia, and the Philippines. At the recent Asian Security Dialogue held in May, I have pointed out to the concept of ocean for the Indo-Pacific, perspectives for the Indo-Pacific Ocean, being the acronym for one cooperative effort among nations. At the center of this principle of ocean is openness, inclusiveness, and transparency that promotes cooperation and solidarity among the member partners. And to have rule-based international order restored, and with responsibility strengthened, so that international joint benefits can be promoted. We need to forge or aspire for a synergy effect by joining forces among the countries that share value and benefits in the Indo-Pacific region. And in this regard, the Seoul Defense Dialogue is a very valuable venue where the defense ministries and defense experts can gather and discuss ways for consolidation and cooperation. Japan wishes to continue to take part in this dialogue in a constructive manner, and if there's anything that Japan can lead, we would definitely take on a very active role. I believe the principle of the ocean, as was proposed by Japan, will be very much agreed on by the participants as we face this situation, international order being challenged. Japan will lead with example as a good partner in these collaborations, as in the defense sector, to forge solidarity and cooperation. And this will apply to the open and free Indo-Pacific region as well in promoting the peace and stability in the defense sector. So I just mentioned the spirit of ocean for forging solidarity and cooperation among nations. There has never been a time where such cooperation is in dire need for in the Indo-Pacific region, especially between South Korea and Japan, and also with the United States. July of last year, the three countries of Japan, Korea, and the United States have signed the Trilateral Security Cooperation Framework. And we have set up a cooperative relationship by initiating the multilateral training of Freedom Edge in the diverse areas in response to the missile informations of North Korea. This will allow us to share real-time information regarding this matter. And this security cooperation, for example, could also invite countries such as Australia and the Philippines to further strengthen the multilateral defense collaboration. And Japan wishes to further strengthen the defense cooperation with Republic of Korea and the United States, Australia and Philippines, as was demonstrated in the five-party defense ministerial talks for the first time held last year. We wish to hold the second round of such talks to continue such efforts. Japan has continuously participated in the high-level exchanges, such as defense ministerial meetings, commander-level exchanges between land, sea, and air forces, and the self-defense forces. Today, this year celebrates the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic normalizations between the Republic of Korea and Japan. 60 years signifies the rebirth of all relationships, and we believe that this year will be a year of rebirth and reboundment of the better relations between the two countries. So with that, I would like to ask that we continue to work for the peace and security in the Indo-Pacific region under joint hands and joint forces. Thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your leadership toward peace through cooperation. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will now proceed with our third plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. Plenary session 3 is titled Strengthening Future Security Through AI and Emerging Technologies. At this session, we will explore how emerging technologies can strengthen future security, especially AI, and also reshape the global defense landscape. With that, we'd like to welcome our moderator and esteemed panelists to the stage. Please come up to the stage. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our moderator and, of course, our esteemed panelists. Please take your seats on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, at this session, we do also have simultaneous interpretation in 6 different languages. Please use your receivers placed on your table. And we ask for your ongoing engagement and participation until the very end. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our moderator. Here on the stage, we're joined by Dr. Shin Sung-ho, professor at Graduate School of International Studies of Seoul National University. With that, please welcome him once again with a big round of applause. Dr. Shin, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is a great event, and I congratulate all the hosts of today's event having this great audience and talking about a very important topic today regarding the future of defense. And in particular, this session, we are talking about AI and emerging technology. And when I heard about this session happening right after lunch, and many of you came from different part of the world, I guess this session might be the toughest session for us because this is a time for quite dozing and falling asleep very easy after spending quite intense, I think, this discussion in the morning. But when I heard about the topic, I'm very much relieved because AI, emerging technology, is one of the hottest topics. Everybody is talking about this issue. But at the same time, it seems like no one knows, including myself, what is going on with this AI. And everybody is asking the same question about this new technology and emerging, how to incorporate those. But there is also lots of opportunity, but there's a lot of challenges. And I'm sure today we have a great and excellent panel who will provide all the answer for you. So I guess after this session, I'm sure you got all the answer and go back to your own country and report, here's the answer for this very tough question. I have no doubt about it. So in that sense, I'm quite relieved that this session will go also very interesting. Well, without further ado, I assume you already have bios of all these great experts and gentlemen today, so I don't introduce each one of them in detail. But I think today's order of presentation, just a couple of housekeeping notes, is starting from Singapore and finish and going into Sweden. And the most important rule, especially for my job, is to keeping the time. So we have a limited time, and each of the presenter will have 10 minutes for their first presentation, and then followed by some kind of thought and Q&A. So I will set the timer as a friendly reminder when there's a 10 minutes reach, and then there will be some beeping sounds, so then you know that it's time for you to wrapping up, okay? So that's it. So first, today's presentation this afternoon will be Senior Minister of State, Ministry of Defense in Singapore, Jackie Mohammed. So please welcome him with great applause.
Very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Republic of Korea for the chance to speak at this plenary and congratulate you on the launch of today's session at SDD. We live in uncertain times. The rules-based order that we're so familiar with that's brought global stability is under strain. Geopolitical tensions are rising. Multilateral institutions come under pressure. For us in the defense community, the number of state-based conflicts is now at its highest since World War II. In many of these conflicts and gray zone activities, the use of technology is advancing rapidly. Conflicts and threats around the world have spurred innovation in military and dual-use capabilities. The nature of threats has evolved. First, security used to be defined by geography. Today, threats are global and interconnected. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure are now common. Disinformation has now become a powerful weapon. AI-generated deepfakes and bot farms manipulate narratives, weaken trust in institutions, and even influence elections. Second, we're also seeing more asymmetric threats on the battlefield. The Russia-Ukraine war shows how low-cost drones are used for both reconnaissance and strikes. These attacks are now faster and cheaper. In 2022, when the conflict started, Russia launched major strikes once a month. Today, with suicide drones, strikes now happen every 8 days. The most recent, a few days ago, involved several hundred drones and missiles into Ukraine, the largest scale since the conflict began. So we now see the battlefield evolving. It's faster, it's more complex, and more innovative. And militaries must respond with agility. Now, the problem with today's environment is that innovation has outpaced governance. AI is rewriting the rules of warfare. But if we don't write the rules in warfare, we risk losing humanity. Without guardrails, we risk escalation and miscalculation. So we must act collectively to shape the rules of the road. Now, no country can address this alone. To establish effective guardrails, countries need to work together, step up dialogue, and develop a shared understanding of how new technologies and capabilities should be used in conflicts and defense. Singapore remains committed in supporting dialogue and collaboration at multilateral and regional levels. We were honored to chair the UN Open-Ended Working Group on security, the security of and in the use of information and communication technologies from 2021 to 2025. During these 5 years, states had engaged in substantive discussions on emerging threats, the application of international law to cyberspace, and confidence-building measures. In July this year, the UN Working Group concluded with 2 landmarks: a final report adopted by consensus, and the establishment of a new permanent mechanism from next year. So this is a positive step forward that ensures that there will always be a platform for dialogue and cooperation on cybersecurity at the United Nations. Similarly, Singapore will actively support the Responsible AI in Military Domain, or REAM process. We co-hosted the second REAM Summit held here in Seoul last year. REAM was the first global platform to discuss military AI. It produced a 2023 call to action and a 2024 blueprint for action. Both were widely supported by many states. Regional cooperation is just as vital. ASEAN's security architecture has underpinned our stability and growth over many decades. But our approach to emerging technologies must reflect regional realities. Thus, I'm encouraged to also see significant progress in ASEAN. 2 regional initiatives have been established: the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics that was published last year, and the ASEAN Responsible AI Roadmap published this year. These are critical foundations for trust and responsible adoption of AI by ASEAN member states. This year, ASEAN defense ministers issued a joint statement on cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence. And this was the first on military AI at the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting, or ADMM, and a clear signal of our commitment to the responsible use of AI in defense. Singapore also helped launch the ADMM Cybersecurity and Information Center of Excellence, or ACIS, in 2023. ACIS promotes multilateral information sharing and capacity building to deal with cyber attacks, disinformation, and misinformation. One key deliverable of ACIS is a malware information sharing platform, which ASEAN member states have exclusive access to tactical and technical information related to cybersecurity and information threats. Dialogue is also essential to drive progress. Without it, without dialogue, there is no trust, no international cooperation, no collective progress. Since 2012, the Seoul Defense Dialogue has contributed to multilateral security cooperation, bringing together senior government officials and civilian security experts. Multilateral platforms such as the Seoul Defense Dialogue and Shangri-La Dialogue serve as useful forums to foster constructive conversations across governments, industries, and academia. So to address emerging technologies, including AI, ACIS also hosts the annual Digital Defense Symposium. This year, ACIS gathered 300 defense officials, experts, academics from 31 countries, including the US and China, to tackle cyber and information threats together. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that emerging technologies will shape the future of security. Autonomous doesn't mean unaccountable. AI may accelerate the battlefield, but humans must still own the consequences. Technology is a tool. Technology does not choose sides. We decide how technologies like AI is to be used, whether to divide, whether to unite, whether to dominate, whether to defend our common humanity. We must build and defend a global rules-based order for the digital age. And this means working across borders, sectors, and ideologies. Because peace and stability in tomorrow's world will depend on how wisely we govern today's tools. Our nations must come together to set sensible rules of the road to govern emerging technologies and shape this governance architecture. We must remain committed to open and inclusive dialogue, because only together can we ensure that emerging technologies are used to strengthen international security and contribute to global stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was a great opening remarks, even very short, but had a lot of interesting, thought and topic we can discuss later in more detail. Our next speaker will be Lieutenant General Esa Pulkkinen from Finland. Please welcome him for his presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure for me to come here and address this audience of these very important topics. This may surprise you, but it is the 4th time in 1 year I've come to the Indo-Pacific region. And really, world has become smaller, and the global security issues need us to all who are like-minded to address these subjects together. I was extremely proud when in the first panel, the Filipinian minister mentioned the name of my quite well-known, I'm not a minister, but the president, Alexander Stubb. It really shows that from time to time, also the smaller nations can have persons who can have an influence on the international foreign and security policy. There is also another more fictitious figure that is very well known here in Indo-Pacific region. Arguably, he's a Finn, and his name is Santa Claus. Santa Claus is something for me, a kind of the character is now going to be needed even more in this very volatile security environment. Friendly, not enemy to everyone, and can bring his gifts to everyone who behaves well. Ladies and gentlemen, in an era marked by rapid technological transformation, the theme of this panel could be not more timely. Today, I would like to share you with the Finnish perspective on how we can, in a responsible manner, harness these innovations to enhance resilience and foster strategic stability, peace, and prosperity. We all understand that a crucial role for emerging disruptive technologies in the field of security and defense, as well as the recent technological development and the need to keep continuously updating our thinking and innovation. Finland also recognizes the importance of space technologies, AI, robotics, 6G communications, supercomputing, as well as quantum technologies. At the same time, emphasis should be given to a total life cycle of new defense solutions. Research, industrial development, testing, verification mechanisms, operating principles, training and usage of advanced weapon systems are all increasingly relevant. New disruptive technologies create both opportunities and new threats to defense capabilities. Technological development, in particular in the areas of digitalization, artificial intelligence, machine autonomy, sensor technologies, and new operating environments, such as space and cyber, have a decisive impact on the development of military capabilities. Finland and South Korea have emerged as information societies which benefit from the know-how and technology adapted to the needs of a globalized world economy. And I want to stress that during this difficult security situation in the world, it is even more important than ever to invest in new technologies and innovation systems. The utilization of rapidly developing new technologies requires active technological measures and analysis-based application. Competence management, adequate resourcing, agile organization, partnerships, and correctly timed research, development, and innovation measures need to be emphasized. Efficient and innovative application of new technologies requires structures and funding models that make it possible to develop agile methods and iterative development alongside traditional development programs. The utilization of new technologies challenges the traditional operating culture because new technologies force us to consider the life cycle issues, updating and security of supply of solution partly on a new basis. Ladies and gentlemen, space is a rapidly evolving arena. It is becoming more contested and an arena for competition in many aspects. Space is a strategic domain and potential arena to trigger escalation in the future. Our modern society is highly dependent on services from space. High-tech technology advancement marks the way to our future satellite services for surveillance, satellite communications, missile defense, and many more. When we are talking about future services and products, the artificial intelligence, of course, has a key role. AI can make a huge difference on the way we process and analyze the Earth observation data collected by satellites. Earth observation data itself, together with the resources and tools to manage the data, is a powerful amplifier to the use of data. The new space economy has increased the products and services available to purchase dramatically. This trend seems to continue, and reflect the space capabilities of armed forces. We have seen that the war in Ukraine has triggered the extensive use of commercial space services. Ukraine's armed forces have effectively used commercial capabilities from international providers to enable their operations. Space holds many of the critical functions for our modern life on Earth, and this trend is continuing. Satellites and space systems is a critical infrastructure we must be able to defend. We need to be able to act and defend our infrastructure in, through, and from space. We need to secure our access to space and maintain freedom to operate in space. I'm very happy to inform you that Finland's Ministers of Defense decided last Friday that Finland procures its own SAR satellites surveillance system from the Finnish company ISAI, the global leader in SAR satellite operations. ISAI's SAR satellites and the technical systems and equipment required to establish a sovereign space-based surveillance capability for the Finnish Defense Forces. Finland is now taking a major step forward by acquiring our first own governmental satellites. This means that we are strengthening our independent space-based intelligence and surveillance capabilities, and at the same time, we are supporting the domestic high-level industry. Now Finland has access to more than 30 active satellites in orbit, including the world's largest SAR satellite constellation and operated by the Finnish company ISAI. Finland has put a lot of effort to build innovative and predictable business environment for the new space economy, companies, and operate in Finland. And that's really a result of the very good cooperation between academia, end users, and industry. That's a paramount prerequisite to the quick development. However, we feel that international cooperation in the field of space is essential and big opportunity for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Finland firmly believes that strengthening the future security requires a responsible and forward-looking approach to emerging technologies. First, we must embrace innovation not only in AI and digitalization, but also in space technologies and autonomous systems to enhance resilience and strategic stability. Second, we must ensure that our own defense solutions are sustainable throughout their life cycle, supported by agile structures, partnerships, and timely investments. And third, international cooperation, like the one we are fostering here today, is essential to secure access to critical infrastructures and to maintain freedom to operate in new domains such as space. Together throughout collaboration and innovation, we can shape a safer and more secure future. Together we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Pulkkinen from Finland. So next speaker will be State Secretary of Minister for Civil Defense from Sweden. So please welcome him to the podium. Johan Berggren. Yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege to address this esteemed gathering at the Seoul Defense Dialogue. Thank you to the Republic of Korea for hosting this wonderful event. And it's a special privilege for me to return to South Korea and the SDD for the second year in a row. I have very fond memories of last year's gathering, held also in conjunction with the REAIM conference, which touched on many of the key issues related to today's panel, as Minister Mohammed mentioned earlier this afternoon. Today, I speak to you on a topic that is both urgent and transformative: strengthening future security through artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. We are living in a time of profound change. You've heard that a couple of times today already, but it's worth repeating. The global security landscape is marked by instability, rapid technological advancement, and the emergence of threats that transcend borders, such as cyber attacks, disinformation, autonomous warfare, and hybrid conflicts. In this context, AI and emerging technologies are not just tools, they are the strategic assets that will define the future of deterrence and defense. Our future security and well-being will depend, to a large extent, on our ability to invent, develop, and deploy emergent technologies, including, of course, AI. This is true as much as on the defense side as it is for total defense, societal resilience, and our overall competitiveness. Naturally, concerns about the security threats related to future tech, including systems assisted by AI, are certainly legitimate and important to address, since they introduce new vulnerabilities such as adversarial attacks, data poisoning, and bias. This is why we must always keep people at the center of innovation. It's about creating systems that respect human dignity, that are fair and that are transparent, and that can be trusted. If we do this right, AI won't just be a powerful technology, it will be a tool that helps us build a more inclusive and sustainable future. The only way to safely and constructively harness the full potential of AI and new technologies is to invest in research and innovation, in safety and in secure by design processes and practices, not just in raw capability. Seizing opportunities and understanding how AI is and could be of use while remaining cognizant of risks is essential. This includes ensuring that we have a robust AI ecosystem that includes all the critical building blocks: energy supply, excellence in research and innovation, as well as national leadership to promote fast and responsible AI application. So what are we doing in Sweden? Sweden is taking steps to promote these overarching goals because innovations for tomorrow require engagement and investments today. We are promoting excellence in research and higher education, and we are working to ensure safe and responsible internationalization of education and research. Both public and private enterprises are investing heavily in AI R&D, quantum computing, autonomous systems, and cybersecurity. And in 2024, we had an AI commission that worked for almost a year and produced over 75 different measures and proposals to further develop AI in a national context. At the same time, AI enables disruptions in areas such as maintenance and logistics, simulation, and reconnaissance. Therefore, it's of particular importance to arrange fora, such as this one, where we can discuss how we together can take responsibility for a reliable and secure technology development in this field. As decision makers, it's important that we acknowledge the legitimate public concerns in relation to AI and its use in both civilian and military applications. We have a special responsibility to ensure that international law and other principles regarding AI that are developed become implemented and complied with. The need to continue developing a robust, secure, and trusted digital infrastructure in which to develop AI is also a priority. On the defense side, the government has published defense industrial and defense innovation strategies to ensure that research and development for use for our future defense is well organized and promoted. So promoting defense innovation is a key Swedish priority. The national strategy promotes a triple helix model, which brings together government, academia, and industry to accelerate the development of defense technologies and systems. The Minister for Defense leads the Defense Innovation Board with members from industry. Together, we identify and provide action points to strengthen the whole defense innovation ecosystem in Sweden. And we like to think we're relatively well placed to do so. Our unique industrial base combines innovation and technology to design, develop, and produce world-class submarines and ships, anti-tank weapons, and armored vehicles, as well as fighter aircraft and airborne early warning systems. New technologies are already being built or integrated into platforms such as the Gripen fighter modernization program, AI-powered drone swarms, and autonomous underwater vehicles, which enhance surveillance, decision-making, and operational agility. This is fairly unique for a country of about 10 million people. But the current ecosystem needs to be augmented by SMEs and startups that think outside the box, find new, novel ideas, and invent defense technologies for the future. To do so, we must ensure that the security challenges we face and the defense problems we need to address now and in the future are thoroughly understood and analyzed by both established industrial actors and the startups, the two of them working together, approaching similar problems from slightly different vantage points. There's also a critical issue of time. Ukraine's battlefield experience has made it clear that we are operating with acquisition cycles in Europe that are far too slow. They take too long. We need to increase the speed and ensure that emerging and disruptive technologies are integrated into test beds and demonstrators and into the hands of the operators. An important dimension in the advancement of AI technologies and data centers is the safe supply of critical minerals. Sweden is one of Europe's most resource-rich nations with a long history of mining iron ore, copper, and zinc. The Kiruna mine in northern Sweden is by far the largest iron ore producer in Europe, and recent discoveries of rare earth materials in the region have positioned Sweden as a potential strategic supplier to the EU, and perhaps beyond. Sourcing critical minerals from antagonistic states carries serious risks, from supply chain disruptions to geopolitical influence on the defense and energy sectors. Sweden's stable regulatory framework, environmental standards, and alignment with NATO interests makes it a safe option. However, domestic production requires major investments and infrastructure, particularly in refining and magnet manufacturing. Diversifying away from antagonistic suppliers is not just an economic strategy, it is sound national security policy. Innovation and implementation of new technologies and AI systems can and will enhance our overall societal well-being, our prosperity, our competitiveness, and our security. We cannot linger and fall behind, but must put all efforts into R&D. Technology is perhaps the central arena of competition in the emerging geopolitical landscape. A select group of critical and foundational technologies, such as AI, quantum computing, biotechnology, robotics, and hypersonics, are essential drivers of both long-term economic growth and national security. Fostering innovation is therefore crucial. In this context, the diffusion of technology for commercial use must be balanced with the development of more controlled and secure technology ecosystems that support national security objectives. Naturally, this needs to be done in a transparent, responsible, and safe manner. Security of supply, secure management of data, protecting strategic technologies from getting into the hands of malign, antagonistic, or irresponsible actors, and responsible development of AI models are essential in this effort. Both excellence in emerging technologies and security through responsible use of AI is best ensured amongst a community of like-minded partners. No one country can manage all the aspects necessary. So finally, in conclusion, in the effort to build excellence in AI and technology for the future, I, and I think all of us here, see great benefit in collaboration, both to address the global and regional political challenges that imperil us, but also to ensure that we promote safety and security through technological excellence. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Minister Berggren. Yeah, I mean, all these three gentlemen made a great opening remark within time. So we have plenty of time for further discussion. And I'm sure there is a lot of discussion from the floor. But before we getting into the floor, we can go around the first round of Q&A with these three gentlemen. And the topic given by the host of this session, there is a three kind of more specific question. So you can just pick and choose any of those three topics, or you can answer all three, whatever you like. The first is how to combine this, how to make use of this emerging new technologies such as AI for the defense reform, or what they call intelligent defense. So that's the one question. The second question is, all of you already talked about a little bit, what's the best way of to promote kind of civil, military, and government kind of cooperation in making use of this AI and emerging technology for defense to create more cooperative ecosystem. And the third would be, so this is another interesting question. I mean, when it comes to defense, it's more for independence. Everybody seeks, especially this key technology. No one wants to have others, neighboring country wants to know about your top secret. But still, you all talk about, in a way, kind of international cooperation or collaboration to deal with, or to, in a way, make a good use of, or in much more secure way. After all, we are doing it all for the defense, not for the offensive purpose, right? So then why still, any of you can answer, do we need international cooperation, especially when we have certain gap in terms of this technology capacity when it comes to AI or all this emerging, depending on country. Of course, we all know the two giants, America and China, is engaged in this tech rivalry, especially when it comes to AI. But there are many countries, others, also interested in this field. So why do we need to still cooperate in this era, or how do we can promote that kind of cooperation among different countries with different capability? So these are the three categories of question or topic. So any of one of them, or if you can come up with more specific, or from your own experience, oh, this was the kind, I have this very interesting case, things like that. So maybe starting with Mohammed, Minister from Singapore.
Thanks for the question. I think it's a very interesting pieces of questions, because you've started off with defense development capabilities, then you moved on into how we do collaboration, and third one, how do you do international efforts. I'll start with the third one, because that was largely the thrust of my opening speech just now in terms of collaboration. And when you look at REAMS, for example, that South Korea hosted and is hosting, I think that's one means in which we try to put in place governance guardrails, put out blueprint, action plan. And those are important aspects in which how do we put in a governance architecture over things like military AI. It's an evolving area, and every day you see new capabilities. If you've been scrolling your TikToks, I do, and I see news and how it covers the different drone strikes or new interesting ways in which war is waged today. I think that tells us quite a lot. But we have to come in two parts of this one. One, you're going to see there's both a risk, but I also see there are many advantages too. I think for many countries, whether you're talking about Singapore as a small country or big powers, the technology has always been the differentiator in which, how one wins battles or one wins information or intelligence effort. I think ultimately that's I think the determinant into why countries invest in defense technologies. I think that has always been the premise, not just today, but over the decades. And therefore, sometimes it's a bit hard to see countries cede that advantage to others by saying, let's curtail governance, let's curtail our own capabilities through governance. And that's one aspect in which I think it's hard to try to tell countries, please slow down, or please, abide by some of these rules and guidance when they see it's a clear advantage, especially if you are a major power that's trying to gain advantage through the use of emerging technologies or its innovative use. So I think this is where multilaterals, international cooperation needs to come together, because especially for small countries and middle powers, where you need to ensure that the use of emerging tech AI, I think, falls into what humanity can accept. One that that reduces the risk to civilians, for example, civil infrastructure people, and I think human rights too. I mean, if you have say, for example, a AI system that can crawl into all your private spaces, say I develop quantum computing tomorrow that can break open your bank accounts, I think that's not right and I don't think people accept that. But having said that, that's where the governance comes to play. Countries need to come together to discuss what we can do with such tech and what are the boundaries. And therefore, we spoke about REAMS earlier. We spoke about UN having working groups. Today, there's no platform yet in the UN for AI discussions, but there are working groups that are starting, and we hope that continues. There are autonomous weapons, working groups also talk about autonomous weapons as well. I think those are very important too, because the detriment to human beings, you can almost think of a Terminator, in a movie situation happening. And I think in terms of development, there's certainly a lot of scope when we talk about how not just governments, but industries and the public can play a role in the development of such technologies. Johan spoke about it earlier a bit in his speech, where how we should all come together to develop and do something that's meaningful for society. Because if you ask me, it's the use of defense tech has also evolved into things that civilians can also use, and therefore today dual-use technologies are pretty much a big part of not just warfare, but how they translate back into civilian use. If you think about satellites, you think about communication infrastructure, think of internet, for that matter, all came from military use initially, biomedical, some of pharmaceutical as well. So you have lots of possibilities, and therefore that partnership between governments, industry, academia. I think academia has got a very big role too, because you do a lot of research, but at the same time I know a lot of academics also feel very strongly about humanity too. And of course big tech. Big tech has a role to play, because you talk about quicker speed to develop technologies, and doing so in a very in an ethical way. I think that's where big tech has a role to play as well. So my sense is we see many of such partnerships in Singapore. We have a few as well. Our defense establishment, the technology community also works with universities and big tech to see how we can further develop capabilities. I mean, both ways, right? On the civilian front as well as on the military front. And of course, your first question, how do we develop defense and technology in a way that's useful for the establishment? I think, like I said, the advantages are plenty. I can think about command and control information systems that we use in the military today, how AI makes decisions a lot quicker for us, processing a lot of information at one time, and even to minimize risks to civilian casualties. I think those are important aspects in which, beyond on the offensive, but it helps our people make better assessments on minimizing risks to civilian populations or infrastructure. I think those are benefits in terms of speed to execute operations, maintenance, down the line to even minimizing casualties. I think these are benefits, but we must also look at how we use it responsibly. So ultimately, it's really about not how you use big tech, but it's really how you use it responsibly and manage the governance as architecture.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Minister Pulkkinen?
Yeah, thank you very much. I fully agree with what my Singaporean colleague has said. It's quite interesting to observe that we all three represent smaller countries and certainly high-tech countries, but also the fact that we are small, we need to work together. That's also one lesson, like was mentioned, my Singaporean colleague. But your first question, how to use AI and all the disruptive technologies in reform to armed forces. I would like to refer back to our recent Defense White Book, where actually there are two or three different angles. One is that we are going in Finland going forward to establish a completely new domain-based approach on defense, so that not only Army, Navy, Air Forces, but also space and cyber. And space and cyber are very much of disruptive technologies and AI. So that's really my first point. Secondly, the AI, for example, is already embedded in a number of the applications we use, and of course we need to improve that. And I would say that there's much more opportunities we can at the moment even see. And third point is that in defense system, when we start actually requirements and defining our new defense capabilities, these opportunities, these disruptive technologies provide also for armies, navies, and air forces are fully taken on board, so that they are there, kind of the fundamental prerequisite to go deeper and quicker forward. The question of the governance, I fully agree, both of my Swedish and Singaporean colleague. That's a subject we need to look more carefully in future. In our cases, we are of course establishing our policies, but the point is that of course we need to find out the kind of the left and right, how to make use of, for example, AI. And we need to look at that as an opportunity rather than a limitation. Opportunity that whatsoever we produce is also alongside with our, let me say, basic values and governmental policies, That's of course easy to say, but might be quite difficult to implement. Anyway, the work that has been now done already by South Koreans and Dutch is a good example. The other framework we have in Europe is a European Union that sets up some regulation to use of the AI and of course some other technologies. We need to look at that process very carefully as well. Then the question of international cooperation. It goes without saying that we need to cooperate more. And I would say that important is to build trust. Trust is something, a buzzword we can be, if we have that trust, then we can go further on the governmental side. And of course, there's a technological competition ongoing. There are industries and they have their prospects and trying to win competitions, etc. But it should not prevent us to cooperate. Cooperate when it's come to the governmental applications. Together we are strong, alone we cannot do too much. And therefore, that's by the way, one of my reasons I am here this day, and I can see around me some countries actually we are very willing in Finland to cooperate on these sensitive technologies and further development. Moreover, in the northern Europe, our very deep Nordic cooperation between Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland is a quite powerful tool that we can use now also in NATO framework. And finally, what is important for the smaller nations and really promotes the cooperation is that, already mentioned by both of you, we need to be quick. And if you are small, you can be quicker because the triangle, actually critical triangle, I've often used the magic triangle, where there's end users, academia, and industry work very closely together. And the shorter or smaller the surface is, the better and quicker we are. It's something we need to aim at together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Very great.
Thank you. Well, all the good things have been said, so I have nothing to add. No, I have a few comments to the excellent comments. First, I think in general, it's important to understand when we talk about implementing AI, we talk a lot about top-down initiatives. There's a strategy or the government has decided to do something, but at the same time, we can't forget, and we have to drive the bottom-up initiatives, right? It's a combination of both because real innovation usually comes more bottom-up than top-down, frankly, right? It's sort of picking the winners and stuff like that. I think there's a saying, AI won't replace the managers, but managers who use AI will replace those managers who don't use AI. And you can take any other synonym for managers. Soon you'll have soccer players who are better with AI. I don't know. But the point is, we need to think holistically about this from top down and bottom up. And I think a lot about the bureaucratic challenges in introducing AI widespread also at a policy making level. I don't know how it is in all your countries, but I think in general, bureaucracies tend to be characterized by institutional inertia and a certain reluctance to change. I'm myself a product of that system, so I'm happy to say that. But how do you, for example, drive AI implementation also in policy-making settings? I think that's quite an interesting challenge from an organizational, almost psychological, cultural point of view. You've been doing the same thing in the same way for the past X number of years, and suddenly there's this new technology. How will you bring that in? So I think that's an interesting challenge also in the defense sector that we need to think about. In terms of civil military, well, great question. I mean, in Sweden, very much like in Finland, we have close cooperation between the civil and military sectors. In Sweden, we call it total defense. I think in Finland it's called comprehensive defense. So total defense means military and civil together. And so I work mainly on the civil side. So we're very much on a journey of rebuilding, rearming our civil defense. And in that journey, AI, I think, is a crucial tool that's come online very recently, but is helping in everything from, how we build and model our rescue services in terms of doing scenario analysis, looking at natural disasters, to security of supply, how to optimize as we build up stockpiles, to cybersecurity, obviously, I don't need to say much about that, to disinformation campaigns, propaganda. How can we use AI also to play defense? Because we know our antagonists are pretty darn good at playing offense, so we need to build higher walls as well. So in all these domains, AI and other technologies are crucial in the civil side, and we need to make that link also with the military side, and I think those processes are ongoing. And finally, just a couple of words also on the international cooperation angle. I mean, you said it yourself that there are a lot of headwinds to international cooperation in terms of geopolitical rivalry, in terms of regulatory regimes, in terms of the fact that we have different values. I think the Philippine Secretary of Defense said earlier, frankly, if you're a less democratic country, you care less about democracy and human rights and transparency. And so your concern when you develop AI system is going to be in a different place. It's about maximizing speed and efficiency and output, but without perhaps thinking of some of these other concerns, which we have to and want to think about. So, but that also opens possibilities for those of us who share those like-minded values to collaborate. And I think, as both the previous speakers have said, there are a lot of good things going on in terms of cooperation, in terms of regulation. We have the UN Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact. We have in the EU a number of things going on, the AI Act. And you can have an honest intellectual discussion about how optimal all these products are, but the point is they are happening and we are making steps forward in the EU, OECD. There are the other initiatives that Minister Mohammed mentioned, the RE-AIM, which was a great effort. And as my Finnish friend mentions, all our collaboration at a very local, regional level in the Nordic countries. So a lot of good things going on, and I think we will make progress. We are making progress.
Okay, excellent, great. Before I open up this session for the Q&A for floor, let's briefly talk of our final maybe topic. That is, you already touched upon in each of your speech, the kind of how to create and start to discussion about international governance on this AI and emerging technology. Because as you already mentioned also, and many of you already know, there's a great opportunity and promise, but at the same time, there's a great challenge and also danger from this new technology, which we don't know yet. So the extreme cases would be, I mean, there's also various technical question, but at the same time, very moral and ethical question regarding this AI. Things like, I mean, at the end of the day, if we are going to put machine to decide when to kill and whom to kill, we have, although in everyday, I mean, in reality, it doesn't always go that way, but at least we do have, law of just international law when it comes to act of war, war to start and the law of the, and when it comes to AI, that distinction and all these international legal ethical issues has become very much murky. But at the same time, it's not only the issue of between state versus state. We do also have individual actors and non-governmental, some terrorist organizations who can use or willing to use these new technologies for other purpose other than for defense and national security. So to address all this, I mean, best example, by the way, would be with the new technology in the past is nuclear technology. So we do have NPT, we do have CTBT, we do have test ban treaty, and also even chemical weapon convention, things like that. So maybe we also need, it's not only a couple of countries or regional actors, so the whole international community need to come up and to talk about those kind of international governance or regime to control this new technology for the common good of human dignity, right? So how do we start? How, I mean, you already talk of a UN working group on this lethal autonomous weapon system already, but it's at a very still primitive early stage. So what do you think is the best way or how to start on this dialogue? Please, any, yes.
I thought to start with the word trust. My Finnish colleague just now talked about this quite significantly, and I fully agree, it starts with trust. If I take the ASEAN experience, for example, you have to look for common areas, such as cybersecurity, where all of us are facing very similar threats from external parties, and you've got to start with areas that you can govern and you can trust, and you know that all of us will benefit. So the thing about cooperation and trust is that you may not agree on all areas, and you don't have to start on all areas of agreement, but you just start with areas that you can agree on that all of you can benefit from. So I think if you look at where we started from the civilian side first. We talk about cyber threats, critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, and that kind of governance, I think, gets things moving. And that's where, if you look at ASEAN, we've had a few of these governance frameworks that were set up on the civilian front overall, governing cybersecurity first. And now we've moved to AI, and including even generative AI now. And then you moved into the military sphere. So talk about when you can build trust at the civilian sphere, I think that gives you a strong base and foundation, and then you start conversations. When people see the benefit, they see that we can trust, then we move on to military sphere. And at the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting, as I shared, we've now have a joint consensus statement on the use of AI in military. And you've got to come with certain principles on accountability, on frameworks and ethics. These are areas in which I think all of us can agree with. And of course, with the setup of the ACICE, so it's a cybersecurity center of excellence. And that helps us to also help the less developed countries build capability and confidence. And in that sense, it helps them build trust as well, that, that we're trying to level up everyone to defend all our member states. And I think that's one way in which you can start off, and you've got a common platform for which we share malware information, technical details, current threats, and you can move on with that. And of course, you're absolutely right. Before we had the digital domain, we were already in it for whether it's chemical warfare, biological warfare, even terrorism after post 9/11. So it is not new how we build trust, confidence building across countries. But I think if you can find common areas, and we've done so in the past, whether it's counterterrorism, piracy, there are common threats against, use those as your starting point and then build trust. And I think that would be my recommendation, and that's how I've seen it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. You already said almost all I was about to say, but if you look actually today's world and the kind of the global rivalry, there are 3 points. There are, of course, values, there are interest, and then there's a power. And I would say that our 4 countries' approach is on values first, and last will be the power, and then the interest. Unfortunately, we have quite many global powers. The approach is completely different. Power, interest, and then values, if they exist. So that perhaps a way is to find out interests. What should be our common interests? And I don't have a crystal ball to really see how it could be done, but we need to find a way to build the trust and find a way how we could have an interest actually also to engage with those who are not applying the rules. Because at the end of the day, it will be also in their favor. And perhaps we may need, my favorite figure is Santa Claus, to find out a person a character who will build the trust between different actors. But this is really crucial. And I'm a fisherman, and I think big fish is always worth catching, so that even though you might not get it, but put the process onwards and use different for us regionally, globally, whatsoever to promote and do it together.
So there's a distinct first and second mover advantage in this panel, but I'll try to add something of value as well here. So I certainly agree that a gradual approach, moving from areas where it's easier to find commonalities makes sense, and also working in fora where there's sort of repeated interactions, i.e. the EU and others, where there's a trust, and in ASEAN and so forth, right, where we can build up those relationships and realize there will be the shadow of the future, right, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we'll meet again. But just coming back to your general point, I think it is also important that we always, as you just did, moderator, remind ourselves of the existential longer-term threats, because obviously we're here to talk about opportunities and collaboration and all the great things that AI can do. But it's interesting that Max Tegmark, an AI scholar, he and many others have made a remarkable journey from being AI optimists to being pretty big pessimists. And of course, I realize this is only a fraction of the spectrum, but and why do I mention this? Because the challenges or the risks that he points out, which I'll mention in a moment, they are of course also reasons why we should collaborate. Namely that, you mentioned terror yourself, that terrorists, bad people will use AI. Well, that's pretty obvious, big risk there. The risk that AI competition by its very nature will remove human agency, right? And thirdly, the risk that AI, this is the most sci-fi or outlandish one, but the one that AI interests will not align and AI will take over at some point of singularity, right? And we can joke about that, but I'm not sure if we should joke about it, frankly. So for all those reasons, those are strong, compelling reasons to collaborate. And particularly if you trust each other and like each other and have a shared vision, you should be able to collaborate. So, and just things like AI hallucination, right? The idea, that AI spouts out things that just don't make sense. It happened to me in a briefing a couple of days ago. Somebody said, yeah, the Finnish election is actually at the same time as the Swedish election. I'm like, no, I don't think so. No, I saw it on AI. And then 5 minutes later, the guy comes, actually, I was wrong. It was AI hallucination. Yeah, it happens all the time. And we don't even really know why or how that phenomenon occurs, right? So there's a lot of things still we don't know.
Right. Yes, speaking of AI hallucination, I also heard a funny story recently. I mean, it happens all the time in classroom. I mean, as a teacher in the university, these days, every student, they got their own laptop. Whenever I talk something, they check on the AI. And sometimes they come up with, Professor, you are wrong about what you just said about certain article. So I don't know, why am I wrong? And he said, because, and I told, we told that students, there is a hallucination about AI. And no, my ChatGPT is, I'm paying for this. It's not for free, a version of ChatGPT, because so it cannot be wrong. I mean, things are already happening everywhere with all this AI, not only in the defense, but in the classroom. Well, I think we had a very good first round of our discussion among us. I think it is a time to open up the floor for discussion. So please feel free to raise your hand and ask any question to this gentleman. But when you do so, please identify yourself very briefly, your name, things like that. So, yeah, and there might be a microphone coming to you. Gentleman over here.
Thank you for a great presentation. I'm representing the Defense Command from Denmark. My question is in regards to resilience within the population. You just spoke upon the hallucination from AI. So how do we make sure to make the public understand what AI can do, and also how to navigate in the realm of AI, especially for young people, but also politicians and the older segment of our populations? Thank you.
Great question. And I mean, it's one that we sort of face also when we talk about disinformation and hybrid too, right? And how do we, as you say, vaccinate our populations, younger and old, against this? And I'm going to maybe sound a little bit like a dinosaur when I say it, but I think part of it is going back to sort of first principles, that we teach media literacy at school, and that you learn to be source critical and look at different articles and different sources and compare and contrast and see what what are the facts. Another very boring thing, which your students are not going to like, is that you actually have to read and learn facts before you start using ChatGPT, right? Learn a little bit about history and political science and science, right? What is actually, because there is, to some extent, a truth about certain things that you should know, or some truth, right? So that's part of it. And actually just also, I guess, developing technical skills in how to actually use some of these systems, right? And being able to question them and maybe have second, apps that question or check the facts. So I think there are a lot of things, but it requires, again, investments, time. My understanding is that teachers find it very frustrating. Teachers further down in the system find it very frustrating, because as the world gets more and more complex, we're just throwing more and more subjects onto students. Now it's AI. First it was IT, then it's cyber, and now it's AI. It's just more and more. They won't have any time left to teach other things, which they need to teach to be able to use AI in a responsible manner. But I think media literacy is a key one, and being source critical, and thinking, and not just taking things for obvious. And obviously social media is a big challenge in all this, right? Just a few thoughts.
If I just to complement what you said, I have an anecdote on this subject. It happened a few months ago. I went to talk to high school students. My son is the teacher, and one of my questions to the 15, 16 years old girls and boys was, can you really use your different type of tools, smartphones, different applications, AI, etc., in such a manner that you can make a distinction what is false and what is right? Blonde girl stood up and said, Grandpa, with you, you may have a problem, we don't. We can make a distinction here, build this right or this wrong. Well, I couldn't say anything, but we need to also to trust the literacy capabilities of young generation. We could be concerned, but actually self-confidence at that school was very high, perhaps even too high. Thank you.
I think this is a debate that we have in Singapore quite a bit of late. Signature's gone up, especially since just a couple of weeks back, the Prime Minister spoke at his National Day rally that Singapore needs to embrace AI. And that's now a national initiative because as both moderator and Johan talked about, the guy who knows AI will probably outflank and outstrip the guy who doesn't know. And that is something you have to look at from both an economic perspective, where you want your population to be ready. So your point about resilience, I think that stands not just from an information ops perspective, but even from economic purposes. I think that's important that our kids grow up skilled with AI and also be equipped to manage the harms that come and the risks that come with it. So these are, I think, areas in which we have to learn and see how we can deploy this in schools, because as with many academia, there's debates going on, how AI is being used in classrooms. Are the students cheating when they use AI to, partly do research or even worse, write essays for them? One teacher was sharing that, all of a sudden, the quality of essays had gone up in his class, and largely because the kids today have got access to these for free. So, not always a paid version, but sometimes free for the kids. But these are realities on the ground, and we need to build up resilience, inoculate the population, and help them understand how this is being used. And when we talk about AI, that also includes things like deepfakes, misinformation, disinformation. Those are today tools of the trade in military terms. So it's no longer just the physical realm, but it's also the information realm and the virtual realm. So I think this is where, from a total defense perspective, this is where Singapore learns from Sweden for many years. Total defense, we have this thing called psychological defense for the community, and that's something we started 40 years ago, and even as a kid, I could never understand why the heck we need this. But today, coming to defense, we realize, hey, you know what, with misinformation and disinformation, this becomes all the more relevant today. I may not have seen it 30 or 40 years ago, but today I understand why that's important. And at the same time as well, I think governments also need levers. I would say not just the military, because you have the button to press to stop certain things or stop certain attacks. But I think even governments need to come out quicker in terms of what is the truth, how do you explain to your population, and being transparent about certain things too. Because when governments are not transparent or not clear up front, then you have tons of things that sprout and there's misinformation that arise, and I think this is where governments will need to react. And I think for militaries and governments, there is also that threat of foreign interference. I think we've seen that, whether it's influencing elections, playing with algorithms on social media, and that will happen, and you have to expect those kind of threats too, because there are players out there who are very good at this. So beyond the critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, but there's also the info domain, which I think the use of AI, the use of bots, I think will only accelerate the pace of which deepfakes and other malware information comes through. So I think this is where you have to develop capabilities and the laws and regulations that have to govern that to be able to stop that soon, as soon as possible, rather. Thank you.
And Minister Paul?
Yeah, if I may add, not only to limit myself to one anecdote, but I'm also a chairman of the Finnish Security Committee, so that we look actually at the comprehensive security model with different composition. And what has really become very clear, bearing in mind that we had COVID, we had the Russian aggression in Ukraine and still ongoing, and then we faced a massive Russian direct and indirect information campaign against us. I mean, not only Finland, but elsewhere. So that really put the psychological resilience at stake. And certainly it's these elements we have been talking here, the media, the literature, also the making differences between right and wrong. They are right measures, but they are perhaps not enough even. And that's really quite a serious subject, and where we need to to look perhaps even more comprehensively. But fact is that we need to look the younger generation, that they don't poison themselves, and also that they have something positive in future to look. Because really and truly today's messages and development are mainly negative. So find out there is something sunshine behind the horizon that they can trust on. That's really a part of that work we need to do as well. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Also another addition, I mean, I think one of the problems, of course, is that we live in increasingly polarized societies. And so there are much larger groups that are sort of willing or that could be affected in a more, a less polarized system and more sort of classic median voter theory where more voters are in the middle, they will be less susceptible to some of these things. The other thing, of course, is the best vaccine against all this, of course, is having, frankly, well-functioning societies where people are generally happy and have good access to welfare and healthcare and education. Then in general, you know, you're going to be less willing to believe some of these things, perhaps, or spend time, you know, questioning things or going down conspiracy routes, right? That's easier said than done, but that, of course, is the general and should just be a spur for us to put forward better policy and build better societies, right?
Great. So next, please raise your hand and ask questions. Yeah, there is a hand up there, over there. Yes.
Okay, I'm Wing Commander Abdullah from Oman's Academy of Defense and Strategic Studies. My question is, based on the current capabilities of the AI and its integration into defense industry, and also the use of AI in ongoing conflicts, especially the Russian and Ukrainian war, should we consider the AI as a tool that enhances traditional assets, or should we consider it as an effective player that can change and modify the operational environment? Thank you.
So your question, could you clarify the last part of your question?
My question, should we consider the AI with its current capabilities and the expected future capabilities as another tool that enhances the traditional assets we have, military assets, or should we consider it as an individual player that's affecting the operational environment?
Individual what? Individual?
Affecting the operational environment.
Okay. Affecting the operational environment. Yes, please, Mohammed, Minister.
I hope I'm not always the first to press. I'm just kidding. It's an interesting question because if you ask me today, you know, how most militaries view AI, and I can almost say for certain there isn't a military that isn't looking at AI. So therefore, I think whether it's to change the environment, to change your compute power, whether it's to enhance the your toolkits in your war arsenal, I think it's all of the above, and we just need to keep watch on how we develop that. Because ultimately, I think the benefits that I can see, the advantages that it provides militaries, governments, whoever who wields, quick computing power, fast computing power, and AI, I think will make a difference in terms of decision making, decision support, operations, execution, even risk analysis, right? Maintenance. I can think of many purposes that you can use AI for, not just on offensive capabilities, but operational and even down to maintenance. There are many applications to do this. But the reality is, as we said, that the challenge today is that technology development, especially in the wake of what's going on, the kind of conflicts that we're seeing today, has outstripped governance. And for us, I think the question would be, at which point do we have to step in and say, this is too much, we are losing humanity, or we're going off track, or we're moving to very unethical grounds. And so therefore, I think there is a lot that I think most militaries are exploring, whether it's command and control, decision-making, analysis, and you want it quick. And the question would then be, how it is applied, what is the outcome, what is the impact? If it means that I can make quick decisions, but I cause heavy civilian casualties, for example, then that's no good. So you can cause a lot of damage, but if you can't control it, then then your application is not great. So I think the question is then, how do we ensure that as we develop capabilities such as these, we abide by certain principles, we abide by certain ethics, we abide by certain rules of war that we have to come to consensus to. And to me, that's why I think a platform, whether it's at the UN, EU, ASEAN, and various platforms, I think those will be useful because today this is something that maybe not many people are talking about enough, because everyone sees, the danger for me is that everyone sees advantages there, that no one wants to give it up. And therefore, when you don't want to give up advantages, then all of us will end up losing because everybody wants to keep ahead, but no one wants to come back to the table and say, this is where we draw the line on certain things that we use AI or technology for. So that's just my 2 cents worth, that you can't avoid the fact that militaries, I think across the world, are all looking at emerging tech, compute power, AI. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I understood your question correctly, but I think it was an excellent question anyway. The AI as a tool, yes, and it can be, and that's already used. If you, for example, take example on the massive amount of the data your intelligence may receive actually through different sensors. You can only perhaps deal in normal matters only means by a few persons of them. You need to have AI tools to further go deeper on make analysis. And that's kind of the conventional way you can use the AI in process big data. But then the second question, if I understood correctly, could AI have a change in the way operating environment and could have a broader impact on your war fighting, to put it that way? That's an interesting question, and nobody knows. I think so. Well, someone may know, but I don't know. But if you look the multi-domain environment where we operate, and you inject the AI in different elements of that new battlefield, I would say that it may change. Also something that we cannot at the moment predict. But it is worth thinking, and I do hope that those uniformed friends who are dealing with these subjects are really putting some emphasis on studying that more closely. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to? Okay. Yes, there's a gentleman in the middle.
Hi. Thank you for the excellent dialogue on AI. I'm Ambassador of Thailand. Do you think, is it possible that the humanity will have any hope in humanitarian law that governs wars and battles, like the landmines that treaty that we had? Do you think it's possible in the case of AI, with its applications in the military and defense industry now, and the likely future that we may see? The governance, can we have any confidence in the ability of humanity coming together, as we have done in some cases? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I believe it was going back to our question about international governance and global governance about AI, the technology. What could be the minimum basis for that kind of agreement when whole international community can come together and agree upon this? You talked about landmine. There was almost every country on earth agree upon that landmine is not a ethical weapon to use. So it's banned by most of the countries. So is there such a kind of aspect or element you can think about in applying this to AI technology emerging, or what? Yes.
Perhaps it's just come from my backbone. I have not thought that too much, but I would say that it provides, my approach that we need to have the kind of the common interests to go further in this governance between globally, and of course use structures. It will become a kind of the diplomatic, let me say, process, where those who are working for the foreign services and diplomats may have a major role to do. It's your work who actually work on this side. Of course, there is a kind of the strong connotation on defense, that's understood. But the process, in the way how the international organizations run it, is through the diplomacy and through diplomats who can talk to each other with the language that you each other understand. And of course, you need the trust and you need some elements in order to proceed. But I think that might be one avenue of approach.
Well, I mean, I think this is a really important point you raised. I mean, unfortunately, we see that international humanitarian law is under great challenge across the world, particularly, for example, in Ukraine, where we see indiscriminate bombings of schools, hospitals, libraries, attacking rescue service staff. So, today, obviously, we have a challenge, and that would make, AI progress more challenging, given that we can't even agree on some of the, playing the rules today. In the longer term, I'm an optimist. I believe we can, we can come together for the reasons we talked about before, due to some of the existential challenges. We have to come together. But I do believe, the preconditions for that, or the opportunities for real, fruitful, constructive dialogue and agreements will require more like-mindedness and values, i.e., frankly, more democratic regimes rather than less democratic regimes, right? Because that's only when we have the commonality, the focus on human rights and transparency and governance and so forth, right? But in the longer term, we have to. I mean, that's the goal we have to have. Agree with you.
Well, I've spoken quite a bit on some of the international platforms that we are currently involved in terms of discussions and trying to put in a governance architecture. But so I can't say that we've come to a landing point, unlike, say, landmines, which took years and years to come to. But having said that, let me just share some of the key principles, at least from the defense sector in Singapore, where we've put in place, which I think could be baselines that others could look at or could use. A few things. One, accountability for the outcomes of your AI systems, because today we know AI systems could do quite a lot, and you can do targeting, you can do command and control. There are a lot of things that we can integrate systems and use AI to make decisions for us. But ultimately, it's the human that has to be accountable for the outcomes of such decisions and systems. Two, as you deal with AI systems, they've got to come with appropriate levels of testing and assurance, because ultimately you have to assure everyone around them, not just the users, not just the military, but also the users, the civilian population, your own population, that this is safe to use. I think ultimately that's about accountability of the government too. Third one is how we design into the AI system to deal with cyber and adversarial threats, because the last thing you want is for your system to get hijacked and be used by someone else in a wrongful way. So those are also things we have to look at. And of course, the fourth one, the risk of failure. I think Johan spoke about, the Terminator type scenario or something happening where the AI takes over your systems and rules the world. I mean, that's something not to be laughed at, but it is a possibility if it gets too powerful. But having said that, these are areas in which, you've got to look at some of these guiding principles when we develop AI systems. And I think it starts with that. It starts with, if you can't come to an international consensus, because we are still, in broad strokes, trying to agree on some of these principles and guiding lights. But I think for every military or every government, well, I understand that there are advantages that you want to keep and maintain for yourself, but I think there are some guiding principles that you have to put in place to assure your voters, your citizens, that as we develop such systems, use such technologies on our own, on our lands, these are things that we watch for so that we can keep them safe, secure, and assured.
Okay, well, I think the time has come to almost to an end for this session. And, listening to all these great gentlemen, and I personally feel like this is, as also professor and scholar and teacher in international security these days, everyone in this room maybe feel the same way. This is a time of great transition or great upheaval everywhere. Suddenly things are upside down and going, very different direction. So everybody is confused in a way, anxious, what to make of all these things happening around us. And one of them is, key factor is, in addition to all these geopolitical issues, the technology, AI. Yeah. But it seems like, as I said, no one has the clear
shortcut answer to this or immediate solution to this problem. But I think one thing common is that we all share the same anxiety. We all share the same kind of common question and problem, wherever you are from. So that was for me, it was very kind of comforting thing to listening to all the gentlemen. Or you felt all the same, you met with all the same issue with hallucination or all kind of. So we are talking about the same problem. I think this is a good start for us to get together. That's the good reason. The more we are confused, maybe the more reason we got together and talk about all this. So these times like this SDD dialogue with people from all over the world talking about this kind of same common problem, I think was really, really useful. And in that, I think I really like to appreciate all these three gentlemen for sharing their thought and ideas. So please join me, thanking all these three gentlemen's great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator and our panelists. You may return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your support and engagement. And this brings us to the end of today's plenary sessions of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2025. We will enjoy a short coffee break, and we will start the first special session at 4 p.m. sharp at Sapphire Ballroom on 3rd floor. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join this first special session, please enjoy this coffee break and make your way to the 3rd floor. And once you exit the hall, we need to rearrange the setting in this room. So please have all of your personal belongings when you leave the hall. And ladies and gentlemen, following special session 1, a reception will be held in the Crystal Ballroom lobby. It's right here in front of this room on the 2nd floor, starting from 6:30 p.m. prior to the banquet hosted by the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this short break, and if you have a spare time, we would like to ask you to please participate in the survey that you can access to it by using the QR code displayed on the screen. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this coffee break, and if you want to join special session 1, please go to the 3rd floor. Thank you.